There we go, that's all up and running. Ooh. Not high. That's the one I'm after. Darkest brown I've got now. Let's see what everyone's talking about online. Not a lot. Not a lot at all. The paint makes the poopy noises. Right. Hey, Havoc, how you doing? How's your, it is Friday, isn't it? Yeah, Friday evening going. Right. Doing alright, hopefully got some time for hobbies. Yeah, that's always nice, isn't it? It's it can be difficult. Especially the older you get, the more responsibilities you get. You know, you get kids, you get jobs. And suddenly even finding 20 minutes or so to paint some models, let alone play a game, is next to impossible. Hey Alaric, you want me to send dudes or send nudes? Or nude dudes? Because I can do both. In fact, you're one of my nude dudes, so I'm going to need you to pull double duty here. No, I'm quite lucky when it comes to the hobby time. I don't have many commitments. You know, once work is finished, once I've done some shopping or whatever I need to do, you know, and that's it for me, really. No one relies on me, apart from, you know, I pick up some pills now and then for my parents, and that's about it. No girlfriend, no children, no pets. Just a 38-year-old petulant housemate. And that's about it. You're building yet another Titan. Someone is going to have to take that 3D printer off of you, because you're making too many Titans. Number 3. That's sickening. Sickening and wrong, sir. And it's cost you $11, yeah. That's the worst part. That is hands down the worst part of you and your Titan addiction, is how smug you are about how cheap it is. Oh no, it's number 11, sorry. Oh my god. I've eaten far too much to be leaning forward like this to paint. I'm gonna die. Wet blending, yay. So what sort of Titan is it you're making? Is it another Warlord? Or have we moved on to Castigators at this point? A Warhound, nice. Ooh. I still don't own a knight, and I don't know when I'm going to. I really don't. I'm really not a fan of a lot of the ones that came out, like the first lot of knights. I'm really not a fan of that design, especially not the bigger one with the weird shoulder pads where it's got just loads of guns. It just looks too top heavy, too silly. Yeah, alright, we'll do that for a bit. Favourite off-white, Vallejo game colour, off-white. Oh, only downside is it comes out way too much of it. So, has everyone had a good week? No one had anything horrible happen to them? Oh, that's good. Forgot to close Tarkov before I started. How professional of me. When will I ever paint Alpha Legion? Well, I'm going to paint some Alpha Legion. You know I'm going to paint some Alpha Legion. I just need to wait for them to release those Mark III Marines, and I'll get my hands on them. And then I will paint some Alpha Legion. But until then, the only Alpha Legion mod that I've built, I don't even know where he is. He's snuck off. Or more accurately, he's under a pile or something and I can't reach him. Oh, there he is. Yeah, I started putting together an Alpha Legion Praetor, but couldn't find all the parts I wanted for him. We have the Mantis Warrior here. Yeah, Spooky, don't worry. That's actually what I'm working on at the moment. Hey, Internet Man, how you doing? Good to see you, good to see you. I'm just trying to get some more depth into this because I wasn't happy with how flat it was. So we're getting dangerously close to 1,000 subscribers now. Think I should do anything for it? Grav Outriders. Ooh, interesting. 30k or 40k? Sorry if I'm not talking a lot. I'm concentrating on breathing. I'm also in a lot of pain today. My foot's been giving me some trouble. It felt like it's been broken, but I've not done anything to it, so that's interesting. Gonna have to discover what I've done there. I was hobbling around the office today like a complete idiot. I'm going to go to the garage and finish off my custodian guard in a second. Think the green stuff on the torso and neck has finished drying. Nice, nice. Waiting for green stuff to dry is the bane of my existence. I am incredibly impatient, which means I'm not very good at sculpting, because the moment I've put something down, I want to do the next bit and I can't. And then I end up ruining it and I get angry, and I'm sure you know what it's like. How's that looking? That's looking a bit better, isn't it? It's almost like this blending thing's worth it. Ooh. 40k, posted one of them in the 40k channel and Discord. Oh, nice, for Iron Hands. I like that. Greek and Macedonian influences. That's good. I think the Iron Hands are one of those people that need a more of a cultural identity sort of thing. And yeah, I think that sort of techno sort of like gladiator style or like city state suits them quite well. Yeah, I always saw them as like Byzantine almost, you know, with the sort of curly beard and big hats and stuff. I think that would have suited them aesthetically. Wraithface, hi, nice to see you. Hey Bando, lovely to see you on stream again, mate. Mate, I've tried to do it every Friday. I do it more often, but I'm too tired at the end of the day. I just don't have enough to talk about, you know. If I do it every single night, I'll go crazy. I try to do more than one video a week, and that's hard enough because there's barely anything to talk about. You know, I don't want to be a drama channel, and the only thing that people send me is like Kenny sending me, "Hey, look, drama articles," and that's about it. So I make my own drama by shitting on Games Workshop on a Thursday. Yes, Dr. No, it's Mantis Warrior. Yeah, I did a Mantis Warrior and some Howling Griffins as some test pieces for the TT combat paints I'm using. And I must admit, so far I'm really, really, really enjoying them. GW causes drama, to be fucking honest, or to be frank. The community just reports it. That is 100% true, Rational Ginger. Although the community does create an awful lot of drama on their own things. Ooh, Blood Bowl. No one is as passionate as Blood Bowl fans. Even the Heresy fans are pale compared to Blood Bowl fans. Even Necromunda and Inquisitor fans, with everything they do, pale in comparison. Blood Bowl players came out in like... Blood Bowl came out in like, what, 89 originally? Maybe 99? No, not even 1992. And they were like, yeah, that's it, that's who you're getting. And Blood Bowl fans just ran with it. Literally. Yeah, it feels like GW had a hard time deciding what their cultural background would be based on. Yeah, Commander. You're absolutely right. I think it's important that each of the legions had kind of a theme set in human culture, and because I think it makes it easier to like write the characters, to convert the models. You know, White Scars, we know what White Scars are. White Scars are the Steppes warriors, so you can throw, you know, the cultural aspects of the Mongolians, the Chinese, the Japanese, even some Slavic cultures in there, and it's really easy to detail them. And as a writer, it's really easy to go, okay, I need this guy to be this sort of way. Oh, I've watched this Korean drama, I'm going to mimic this character. And then you look at the Ultramarines and go, oh, they're Romans. Okay, yeah, well, we're going to do it like this, and then you can play off and make something that's not fitting that mould and make some really, really interesting. You know, someone like Tarek Torgadon would not fit in the Ultramarines. You know, this very laughy and boastful, you know, very charismatic character is most definitely just not an Ultramarine. He's not a Sons of Horus anymore either. He's dead. No. That's one model I wish we'd get released. It's, the rest of the Mournival Where's my glazed medium gone? Nope. Someone's run off with my glazed medium. And by someone I mean I've put it somewhere and it could be right here and I wouldn't see it. Bugger. Ah well. Just use more water. One of my friends offered me the Bado books. If only I had enough room, I would grab those in a heartbeat. Find room. Take them. Make room. Stop paying your taxes. You know. I wish Tarek was an Ultramarine, then he might be alive. Yeah, pretty much. Man, I am cautiously optimistic for when the Ultramarines show up at the Siege of Terror, because I've got a feeling that they are going to turn up all kind of pompous and like, haha, we're the Ultramarines, we have arrived, and they're just going to get utterly curb stomped by Abaddon on his way out. Yes, Dino Shepherd, I'd heard this, that the Sons of Horus Praetor, the power armoured one, is actually supposed to be Little Horus, Horus Aximand, as he does match some of the artwork. Now, I don't know if that artwork is legit, or if that artwork is just, say, from the card game, because it definitely looks like the card game, and that artwork is often made after the models are released, so while it could be, it may be the other way round, unfortunately. Either way, he needs his face cutting off. See, Horus Aximand in the first 3 books, Horus Aximand really, he comes off as like, yeah, I'm loyal to Horus, but it also feels like he's the halfway between Garviel Loken's lot and Abaddon's lot. And it would have been more in keeping for him to have finally gone, oh my god, what have we done? And, you know, we can't do this, and then Abaddon to have killed him, but... or Horus to have killed him. The 2 ones they mean to bounce between are Celtic and Greek. Yeah, they do have a lot of that. Greek is definitely one of the most common aesthetics we get, because of like the Emperor's Children. You get the Ultramarines have got it. Then you've got things like the Minotaurs. You've got the Iron Snakes. This is loads of different chapters and legions that have got Greek themes to them. But hey, you know, it works. You know, the whole like Athenian and Spartan aesthetic is a good one. Nout's wrong with it. Now I need to find a transparent blue. Uwe, the transparent blue, which is one of my favourite colours, and it's what I use for making my Night Lords. No idea. I should really find these before I start a stream. That would involve me being a person who does joined up thinking and plans ahead, and doesn't just autistically scramble around in the dirt looking for tape. Found it! Yay! Vallejo's transparent blue is a great paint. Sorry if my chair makes so much noise, I need to tighten it all up. If I played Red Scorpions or something, I'd jump on them. Yeah, I mean, they're good to have those books, that just for the sense of having them. They're good to have those books just for the resale value. Pardon me, as like an investment. But yeah, if you don't have any interest in playing the Bad War or anything like that, then yeah, there's very little point in having them. Heat Bloom. So I went to... I've joined a campaign for Necromunda, which is the first one I've done in quite some time. And they decided to have a meeting of everyone getting together who's going to be in the campaign, so we can do things like roll for territories, and we can all meet each other and sort of answer any questions we might have. Only 2 of us showed up. One guy said he couldn't make it because of family things. That's fine. But just 2 people out of, like, I think it's about 6 or 7 of us. It's pretty bad. My dream is to collect all the Badab and Heresy books when I win the lottery. Yes, Rick Ginger. That is definitely a lottery dream to have. Games Workshop could really take a book out of Weird Miniatures. Like Playbook. Re-release them. And do them just as the artwork. Just the artwork and the fluff. Don't put any rules in them. That way you can keep printing them. You know, you do a print run every year. 500 books, whatever. When they're sold out until the next one. But they're timeless and people will keep buying them. And the funny thing is, if you've got source books, right? Here I am and I've got my Ultramarines Primaris army, right? And I see this really cool artwork, say the Badab War Volume 1, with this really cool silver and blue Space Marine on the front of it. And I go flick through it in the Games Workshop and I see all these really cool pieces of artwork and some really cool photo manipulation. And I'm like, okay, and I just, have a quick read through the blurb and I hear about, like, angriest tax evader in history. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Oh, what chapters were involved? Oh, okay. Oh, Sons of Medusa, they look cool. Oh, the Astral Claws. Well, I've been kind of bored of painting blue, so why don't I paint these gold Minotaur guys? And I start a new Space Marine army. It does happen. People do that. And Games Workshop doesn't seem to understand that. And they're just like, no, people must buy and paint exactly what we tell them to. You could release a campaign book that was like, oh, hey, this is a campaign where 12 different factions of orcs kicked the shit out of each other for 12 years. And orc players would be like, cool, I'm starting a new orc army. And they'd buy another 200 models. Even Iron Warriors have a little Greek in them. Well, tell him to get out of there. I sort of wish it was reflected in the models a little. Well, it can be. I know they're supposed to be very utilitarian, but there's nothing stopping you from making your Iron Warriors a little bit more Greek themed, using certain helmets, putting things like Tarouges on them, giving your breaches round shields, not square shields, giving people power spears. That sort of thing, making sure their swords are all gladiuses, that sort of thing. I think it would look really good. I've always thought it was a little weird that the Iron Warriors basically come from ancient Greek world, but pretty much have none of it in their Legion themes. Yeah, exactly. So make it, do it, be the change you want to see. I like Iron Warriors, but silver is not fancy enough for me, therefore Minotaurs. There's always one, isn't there? One of the best conversions I've seen is a Breacher Phalanx squad with changed Ceresis. Okay. I'm a little insulted you didn't say that it was a Breacher squad of Greek Ultramarines that I made, but I'll let that slide this time. Hi Bando, I'm glad I caught your stream again. How you doing? Joseph, I am full up. I am a chunky boy who's eaten far too much kebab. Because I had a really, really tiny lunch, and I was like, oh, I'm going to overdo it at dinner, and then I overdid it at dinner. And now I'm having to hunch over to film without getting blocked by my camera, and I'm going to pop. But other than that, I'm good. My foot hurts, and it's the weekend, so cool. I have had some good news. I've had a delivery. It turns out my 3D printed parts may have been delivered to my parents' house by mistake. I don't know why. I don't know how, but there is a small parcel of what sounds like miniatures. So I'm off to go get that tomorrow. It has been 3 months, nearly, since I ordered them. Yeah. Make it 40 quid and then made to order every so often. There you go, Doctor. Yep, there you go. Yeah, the Horus Heresy Compendium, just the art and the lore. Yeah, redo the black books. You could probably compress them into maybe 4 books. And just the lore and all that. And that's it, yeah. You just put it out there and let people buy it. They're going to do it. I need Agrax Earthshade. The Agrax Earthshade. No, that's Reichland Bumfluff. Oh, I started tidying my desk, and now I regret it. And that one's Reichland Flesh Shade as well. Oh, get on it. Is that it? Yes. It's not the one I'm after. It's the newer one. But it'll do, I'm sure. Surgery Banner. I legit started my Black Templars because I looked at the art. Also helped that I had a Primaris army I was going to sell. Yeah, I mean, I remember when the Black Templar army was released in, I think it was 4th or 5th edition, they got their own army release. And I looked at, there's that great piece of artwork where the guy's like running next to a reliquary, I think. It was on all the upgrade sets, and it was the Codex cover. Oh, it was great. And I looked at that, and I looked at the bunch of like Bretonnian models I was working on. I'm like, there's a lot of crossover here. And the amount of people I know who started Black Templar armies just for that piece of artwork, and the fact that they had Bretonnian armies and they had spare parts. That was a great era. And I'd love to do Black Templars again, but I doubt it's going to happen anytime soon. Visions of Heresy is just an art book, but some of the greatest inspiration and motivation to heresy stuff. It is. It's also got a lot of fluff in it as well. Has some really good stories in there. Including the one about the, is it Kaban machine? Which is an abominable intelligence war machine that is created and built by this tech adept, and then he discovers the Fabricator General's betrayal, and they send his own creation after him to kill him, and the machine is actually remorseful that it's having to hunt down and kill its creator and friend. It's a really good story, and again, like that's a model we should see. The machine itself is this weird sort of tentacle mess on tank tracks, covered in weapons. It's also got some of the most hilariously bad art in it. But yeah, if you get a chance to have a look at the Visions of Heresy art book, it's definitely something worth picking up and having a look through. You can pick up the individuals. There's 3 or 4 of them that are quite thin. They're about yay thick books. And they're just Visions of Heresy volumes 1 to 4, I think it is, or 1 to 3. And they're really good. There's some artwork that's included in those that's not included in the Collected Visions book, so it is worth having a look through them anyway. Then Collected Visions obviously has everything together in one big hardback. There's 2 versions of it. The gold cover one is the newer one. I don't know the difference between that and the other one, other than they're both out of production still, which kind of sucks, but it is what it is. I've got 3 heroes left to get, then I've got the whole range of Black Templars. Nice, nice. Was having a bit of a discussion over the last day or two about doing a Dark Angels kill team and using Black Templars for that, which may happen. It depends if I can find a somewhat legitimate wink wink source for the Shield Brethren, because I think the Shield Brethren would be a really good basis for like a veteran kill team. You got the whole range already? No, I haven't got the whole range. Oh, I'm assuming you mean the TT Combat paints. No, I have not. I have the exact same amount I had before, bar 1 extra colour. I have got Telecoan Red, which is a really nice kind of purpley dark red, which you can see on his shoulder pad, which I've decided I'm going to use that on my next White Scars army instead of a nice bright red. Combat Patrol plus Sword Brothering equals half of the range. Yeah. Combat Patrols are wildly overpriced though. And I'm probably not going to buy it from GW, so. Plus, I think doesn't the Combat Patrol have a tank in it? Which I will not need a grav tank. If it was a Land Raider, I'd think about it. I have been hearing some horrible rumours about the possibility that the Land Raider is going away. And I hope they're just rumours that someone's making up to play with people. Because if it's true, I'm going to be very, very angry. Because I like the older Land Raider model. Way too thin. I wanted to get Collective Vision but missed the reprint, and it's very expensive. It is. There's a reason I haven't thrown my copy away, even though it's been heavily damaged. It got beer spilt on it, and then it was left to go mouldy. Can never paint white properly. Oh, white's easy. White's very easy. White is an easier paint in my opinion than yellow, and it is probably an easier paint than green for me personally. I mean, it's easy to parrot the rule, but the basic rule of painting white is don't paint white. Which is why off-white is my favourite white. So, I've got off-white, and then we've got white. You may not be able to see the difference particularly on this camera, but there is quite a substantial difference between these two colours. and then we'll throw another one in for good measure. And there's even a difference between this white and this white. And I'm sure there's going to be a difference if I throw another white in. I can keep doing this. I have about 12 of them. I'm not even joking. I have so many white paints. Which is why we paint white with colours like this. Oh look, it's another white. But it's even darker than the off-white. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Wherever that other one went. There it is. 5. Yeah, make me do it. You gotta make me get all my whites up. 6, 7. It's why you see people paint with Ultimate Grey as well. Here's another really good one. Pallid Witch Flesh. That's another brilliant white shade to use. And there's another one. Oh no, that's still off white. It's just another pot of it. And apparently an M16's rear sight aperture in my paint box. So that's always nice, you know, just in case. The old Screaming Skull. That's another really good base for it, or it used to be. Another white. That's scale 75. That's another cold white. I think you people probably get the idea by now. And then another 2. And then another tan. That'll do. So that's the most important one. You can prime white. You can start with sand colours if you're going for a warm white. If you're doing a warm white, you want to shade with browns and you want to start with a coat something like this. White glaze. Mixing with the glaze medium, water it down, keep it really, really thin, do loads and loads and loads of thin coats. Ice yellow. Ice yellow is another fantastic colour to use if you're going to be painting white. It's a warm white. You can get some really nice sort of ethereal whites out of this. But if we're going to do white properly, I would start with my paint either off of a grey undercoat or even a black undercoat, because I'm a sadist. And then I'd start with something like a warm brown. And I would give it a good coat of that. And then if I'll assume we're using an airbrush just because it's me. I would either do something like a tan. Probably that tan actually. The off-white. All from a sort of 45-degree angle. Pardon me. So I get everything like that around there. And above. And I'd probably give it a light dusting from underneath as well, just to be awkward. And then I'd move up to off-white. Or probably a 50-50 mix between the two. The most important, hands down, most important thing for painting white, okay, doesn't matter if you're doing a hot white, a cold white, anything, is prep the model right first. Any little bumps, nicks, scratches, dirt, anything in there is going to show up on the model 100 times more than it would on a black coloured model, a brown coloured model, a green coloured model. So make sure you get everything really, really smooth. Make sure your primer coat is really, really smooth. And then you just go up through these whites. And just to prove I wasn't screwing up my ass, I will get them all in camera view so you can see all of the colours I use. This isn't even all of them. I can't even find my Ulthwen grey and other blue whites. That's all my. Those are mostly just my warm whites. I don't even know where my cold whites are, which is really handy. Um, so yeah, and then you don't use the white itself. The only time we use white itself is for scratches and the ultimate like spot highlights. So let's use the heavy bolter guy because he's got a nice clear face. So I will highlight with the off-white if you're doing like a heavy metal style, and then the actual white goes on the corners of like the edge of the helmet. Do you want to focus so I can actually see what we're talking about? So like right here, like there'd be a dot sort of there, on the bridge of the nose, and sort of slightly down there, the tiniest bit there, and it's literally around the areas of detail. So the face, maybe, you know, the top of the elbow here, just a little whip kind of across there, and then maybe across, you know, the chest detail. But it's the absolute highest highlights. So yeah, the secret of white is don't paint with white. There was an awful lot of gumph there. I'm sure I can show you how to do it better at some point. An airbrush will make painting white an infinitely easier job. It will make painting any colour an infinite easier job. And frankly, you can get an airbrush cheaper than the cost of a night nowadays. So there's almost no reason to not have an airbrush, in my opinion. And breathe. I feel like Ace Ventura, you know, when he's like, and just starts talking, because that's kind of how I am. That's my entire life. You guys basically just got a taster of my autism. So let's just take a sip of the my fluid retarder. Right. Sorry, Wraithface, I didn't mean to absolutely unload on you there. So titanium white, from what I hear, bold titanium white by Pro Acryl is widely accepted to be the best white on the market. It's incredibly difficult to get your hands on this at the moment. Simply, it's out of stock everywhere because everyone wants it. I haven't had a chance to even open that yet, so I can't tell you. But I'll give in to peer pressure and tell you that it's the best because that's what everyone else tells me. Other than that, TT Combat's really nice. Vallejo Game Colours Off-White is still my go-to white, though. James, I found a guy selling all four for 50. I'm assuming you mean the art books. That's not a bad price, actually. Are those Howling Griffins? These are indeed Howling Griffins. I don't have any of the decals for them because I just don't. But yeah, I decided to test out these TT Combat paints. I was going to paint some Howling Griffins, and it's been going on for a couple of weeks now. I'm just taking my time with them. I'm taking my time. I'm learning the paints. I'm just trying to actually enjoy painting with them. And alternatively, I also decided to do a Mantis Warrior just to give myself a chance to use the other colours. And I really am liking this guy as well. How many paints do I have? I don't have a number, but I have. This is the smallest box of them. Cue the Star Wars intro music. So yeah, I have enough. I have a lot of paints. I have 3 paint racks filled with Vallejo paints to my left. I have an empty Vallejo paint rack behind me, which I was moving, so I need to refill. I have a Vallejo paint rack that I haven't even built yet that I can fill instantly. That's not including the Citadel paints, which I don't have any paint racks for. So how many paints do I have? Too many paints. Way too many paints. Bando, how would you model a Graviton Maul for a Contemptor? The Graviton Maul's a close combat weapon, right? I mean, well, a maul is a type of hammer. I mean, that's the start thing. A maul is a very heavy hammer, usually used for knocking posts in. So probably I would take a leaf out of the Iron Warrior Domitar guys book, and I'd probably do something like that. Alternatively, I would do something like a World Eater meteorite hammer, with the ball, and ball and chain. Alternatively, just something where you replace the fingers on the Contemptor's close combat weapon, and just you put something cool there. There's those. There's a brilliant World Eaters Leviathan where a guy's replaced the fists with these burning like ball brazier things from one of the Skaven kits, and he's painted them all up with like green warp fire. That would do really well for that sort of thing. So either a big hammer, or just some sort of bigger fist. Maybe the graviton bits you get with the fist. You can put, so you've got the grav gun in the palm. I would put, just fill the fist with 3 or 4 of those. Do it that way. People seem to love stealing Skaven bits. It's infectious. Skaven steal things. People steal from Skaven. It's the circle of life. I was thinking of using Bone Ripper from AOS's Sensor Hands. Yeah, that's the one. That's the those are the bits I'm talking about. That's what I want to do to a World Eaters Leviathan of my own eventually. Not World Eaters, sorry, Word Bearers, because I would like to do. I want to do a Fury of the Ancients Word Bearers list where it's basically the dreadnoughts are just like bigger Galvorback. Because why not? What colour should I paint this guy's grenades? Like the regular grenades they've got have been painted green. If anyone's actually got any on them. But what about his crack grenades? What colour should I do the crack grenades on his guys? Let me know. You know me, I'm suggestible. This guy's got red and white grenades because I wanted to get away from using green. I'm also thinking of repainting that because I don't like it. That's what I do now, actually. Now I've got the Circular Life song stuck in my head. If copyright law was better and I could sing or have music on here, I'd be so much happier. Silver to contrast. Okay, yeah, silver could work. If TT Combat does release a full paint set where I can just order all of them in one go, I'd be very, very sorely tempted to do so. I know I sound very shillish, but I've paid for these all myself, and I can tell you they are fantastic paints. Checkered black and yellow. James, don't be that guy. You know I'll do it. I will do it. You know I can paint checkers. I like painting checkers. Don't threaten me with a good time. I will literally paint checkers on anything. Yeah, I would normally do red for crack grenades as well, and that's why I don't want to do red for these crack grenades, because it will just blend in. I was thinking maybe doing them in the same way I do them for my Raven Guard, which is white with a red stripe. Yes, Louis. They are Mantis Warrior. Is. Can't speak. Learn to English. Again, I'm sorry if anything's out of focus and I'm out of screen and all that stuff. I'm a terrible content creator. Please don't subscribe to me. Leave me alone. Let me die in peace. Should I give every possible Custodia unit of Exilia? No. Because I want you to send them to me because I can use them for my models. I don't think they need them. That being said, I don't even know what Exilia do for Custodes, so... but I don't think you get enough for them. The lack of posing in Custodes really does bother me. They are just a bit too static. But that being said, that is the only Custode I've painted, so... And he still isn't finished, so... And the hilarious thing is I don't even remember how I painted this, so it's not like I can replicate it and do it again. That's annoying. I had training grenade used in the USSR. It was red and cool as hell. Yeah. Grenades cool. Training grenades by extension are cool. I fully am behind the civilian ownership of hand grenades. I should be able to go to a Sainsbury's and buy hand grenades. People will not know if I'm being serious. I am being deadly serious. Can you imagine buying Tesco's own, like their value brand baked beans and a couple of hand grenades? I wouldn't trust Tesco's value hand grenades with my life. Try steel blue with some silver highlights. Yeah. Could do them blue. Blue would work. Have you done Mantis Warriors in the Recon scheme? I have not. This is the only Mantis Warrior I have painted in all time ever. I could do, but it would be very similar to my Salamanders in Recon scheme, which I believe are black and yellow as well as red, just like the Mantis Warrior Recon scheme. So and the whole idea with that was to paint something green, because I don't have anything green painted. Try my best to repose them. The Custodies are better kits than the Sisters in terms of posability, at least that they are. The Sisters of Silence are a pain in the backside. I desperately would love to do a Sisters army, but as they are, I wouldn't touch them with a 10-foot barge pole. I think what they need is two things, basically. Three things. A dozen things. At minimum, they need an absolute minimum. The box needs to be basically the same price it is now, with double the amount of models in it. It needs to be a 10-woman box, minimum. What I would rather see is it move to a 10-person box, and then a second box where they have more dynamic posing, like running poses, is released with 10 people in it as well. which is the one that comes with the dual pistols as basic, because then you can mix and match them. You can make, the running one with swords and stuff, and that gives you a bigger basis for making an army. They also need a plastic HQ unit. I then think their army list needs to add in, give them basic transports. They should get rhino transports, because they have grav rhinos in the fluff, and I think just giving them rhinos at least would be a good middle ground. And then basically they need some resin upgrade kits for things like is it Nemesis Knights or Doom Knights, with just, two-handed axes, nasty looking swords. And then the what do you call them? Like the dogs. They need like a kit for where they've got the dogs for hunting down psychers. If we got all of that in a release over a couple of weeks, I'd be very, very happy as a fan of Sisters. And I don't think that's a huge investment. That's basically one major plastic kit, a rebox of the Rhino with possibly a different accessory sprue in it for vehicles. You can even give them Land Raiders, and throw the Sisters cupola and upgrade set into it. One big plastic box, a rebox of another one, and then 2 or 3 resin kits. That's it's a substantial splash release, but as an army release, it's quite a tame one. It's less than Solar Auxilia need. You can keep your giant transport egg as resin, because if people want it, they'll get it, but I don't know if many people will, especially if they got access to rhinos and stuff. Little dynamite value bundle, mate. Yeah, there'd be arguments over who made the best dynamite, Lidl or Aldi. Lidl does better dynamite, Aldi does better plastique. Check it out, the middle aisle's got SAM sites. Build your own. Bando. Oh, don't threaten me with a good time. I've had fun making the 10 I've got, but I can't imagine making an army. I might kit bash some pistols from Sisters of Battle kits, though, if I end up with more. Yeah, that's kind of what you have to do, unfortunately. And it's one of the big reasons I've not bothered to start them. Which is sad, because they're an interesting army. I dread Games Workshop would have a Sisters of Silence baby carrier. Don't even give them ideas. Don't even give them ideas. They'll do it. No, they definitely... they should be one of those armies that doesn't have something like a Dreadnought. They could have, like, Terminator-esque Sisters, in heavier armour. That, are obviously not Terminators, but they're just heavier armour, heavier weapons. But they should be one of those armies that, if it needs serious heavy equipment and support, that comes from another detachment. It wasn't Sisters, Dreadnoughts and stuff that were smashing the Thousand Suns, it was the Space Wolves and the Custodes. They were just there to mess with their heads. And that's what their rules should do. Unfortunately, I had a falling out of my local community, so struggling to have the motivation to continue with Heresy, thinking I might just stick with only the hobby side of Heresy over the game part. Jolene, that's no good, man. I hope it was nothing serious. By default, I 100% support your side, whatever your argument was, until proven otherwise. So screw those guys. It's definitely one of those things that's really important, especially nowadays, that a lot of people, young people especially, even, people who aren't particularly young, just people in general, are really struggling with is socializing, is making friends, is keeping friends. We've become so polarized as a society that the smallest thing is setting people off and pushing people away, and a lot of people are reporting that they're really struggling with, they're not having connections with people. And I don't just mean like, relationships, I mean just even familial things, being friends with people, getting out and seeing your mates. So whatever it was that you fell out over, try and find some common ground. Don't let it fester. That's the most important thing. Don't hold grudges. But at the end of the day, try and find some people who maybe aren't in that gaming group. I'm sure you're on Discord. Ask around, see if there's anyone in your local area, or even close to you. I mean, I don't know where you're based, but if you're in mainland Europe, you people are weird, and you guys travel to different countries for lunch. So it shouldn't be too hard to find someone relatively close. But yeah, really, if you are going to have a falling out with someone, don't let it fester. It's really important to kind of, even if you don't agree, just say, don't leave bad blood between people. You can have an agreement and say, hey, that's it. Don't particularly want to continue this friendship, but I'm sorry that we had this falling out. Let's go our separate ways. I'm only saying that because I had a big falling out with a lot of my friends a couple of years back, and it cost me all of my friends. And I went from having a friends group, like social group, in 20 to 30 people, down to 2. And it took a lot of work to just scrounge back those 2. And now, I've got 2 really good friends, but it was a really rough, nearly a decade now. It went from, 100% to 0% overnight, and it sucks. So, don't just, hey, focus on the hobby for a while, focus on yourself. Didn't mean to get all preachy of this, guys. I really didn't. But I am noticing that a lot of people are really struggling with their social lives nowadays, and I think it's important that we support each other over this. You can all just call me gay now. I really don't mind. No one gave them the idea of Sisters of Battle, and they did it anyway. Yeah, those Sisters of Battle, like baby carrier Terminator things, are weird. I like the idea of them, but where do their legs go? Because they can't bend their legs. If they explained that they were just grievously wounded, but they weren't kept alive like dreadnoughts were, it's just, if anyone who's suffers wounds too grievous to continue fighting, but not like life-threatening, that'd be cool. We've got our angry nun machines that keep us going. I still want to do a Sisters of Battle army. My plan originally was to do me and a couple of friends were going to do a 1,000-point army for 10th edition. And the idea was, from the day 10th edition was announced, we would start painting and building an army with the intent of playing a game when 10th edition was released. And none of us were in a financial position to do it. And then when we were, 10th edition had come out and it was pants. So we all kind of skipped doing it. But I'm still gonna build the I had a plan to do a proxy for the Triumph of St. Catherine. And it was going to be like the last stand, and you had the Sister of Battle on top of a plinth in front of the old metal Celestine model as a statue. She was going to be stood there. It was the limited edition one who's got like her arm out and everything. And she was going to be surrounded by a couple of guardsmen, some of like the Necromunda hive gang, like scum type. And then there was going to be like one Space Marine. It was going to be like a Mentor's Legion Primaris Intercessor or something, all kind of around this plinth, and they were like this last stand. And that was going to be my Triumph of St. Catherine proxy. Thanks, Bando. I'm trying to put it behind me. They bullied me for not being their ideal version of what Heresy players should be, and I didn't want to be in a community that was always being negative. And you came here? Oh, baby bear, you're in the wrong house. That sucks, though. Yeah, gatekeeping's only fun if you're on this side of the gate, unfortunately. But hey, you know, you're in Discord. I know you are, so it's all cool. You know, just yeah, fuck them. You do what you want to do, man. That's what's the important thing. Unless you're one of those people that wants to use Primaris in 30k, then you can get out. Oh my god, I'm only allowed to drink energy drinks while I'm streaming, so now I just chug them like crazy on a Friday. Oh yeah, people who go off on anything and just get bent. How's that looking? Is that looking okay, guys? Or does it look like he's about to serve up waffles? I do like using Black Templar's bits on Howling Griffins. I think it fits their aesthetic. The aesthetic. I think I might be one of the few 30k players that haven't used Pollux for a character. Well, Dr. No, you're not the only one, because I don't own Pollux, and I haven't used him. I think he looks a bit wonky, the way he's kind of leaning over on one side. But yeah, he's a good model, but yeah, just not my cup of tea. Not my cup of tea. Thank you. Yeah, I'm quite happy with these models so far. Joan, don't ever worry about like saying that sort of stuff. That's look. I'm sure you've noticed I try to read all the comments. Like, I'm not just like hey, I only read super chats or whatever, because I'm not that kind of person. So you need to chat. You can do it here. You can do it on Discord. You can drop me a PM. Man, if you want to talk about what you're doing, that's what. Because I'm asking, I'm asking. If I'm saying, hey, what are you guys up to? And that's what you're up to. You tell me, man. It's not a problem. We are building a community here. Oh, too much paint. Might get his torso and make a breacher centurion. That'd be cool. I've got the old Dark Angels librarian from the Dark Vengeance starter set. The one with the sword who's like reaching his arm out. And I want to use him for a conversion, but I can't find him in any of my bits boxes. Now I know I've got him. And it's annoying me that I can't find him. But I picked up Garrow's legs to use with him. I wouldn't say I'm regretting doing this thing on his torso, but I wish I'd used Tarujas instead of a piece of tin or whatever it was I used. I think it's not doing what I wanted it to do, so I'm having to figure it out now. But I will figure it out. Maybe I'll just paint it white and stick a decal of some sort in that. Centurions look awesome. I wish I could sculpt those, but damn, it's hard to do by hand. Yeah. Sculpting's interesting. It's one of those things you've just got to practice at. Once found a cash converter selling a sealed limited edition Dark Vengeance box for £200. Oof. You want to hear a story? The guy who I met for the Necromunda campaign told me how his mother, when he moved out, had gone through her attic and had given his old warhammer away to the charity shops, which included about £3,000 retail worth of metal Sisters of Battle, all completely unpainted. I could feel the pain in his existence as he told me this story. I used the chaplain's head for a different chaplain. Yeah. I think this guy's head's from a Stormcast kit. I need to do something about the skin. It's not the best tone. I'm happy with the hair, just the skin's not great. And I'm going to use... I've decided that I'm going to start that Sons of Aura army I was talking about. And I'm going to use the Minotaur's chaplain, his helmet, for Aura. Oh, something's frozen. Are we still here? Looks like it. I hope that's still there. Technical difficulties. Yeah, it still says we're live. I'm just going to keep going as if we are. If not, otherwise I'm not going to get these models painted ever. So yeah, I asked him when, oh, it's so horrible to hear that your mother died, because I would have killed mine. My parents were always very supportive of Warhammer as a hobby. They were very supportive of the idea that I didn't do Warhammer. My dad does model railways, so I was always kind of going to get into some sort of modelling-esque hobby. Where is the blue? There is a blue TT Combat paint somewhere, and I want to use it. Avarishi blows. EAA blue. How do you? Is that blue? Is that what we're getting at? Blue. Oh, this is probably the paint that's needed the most shaking out of all of them. Alright, am I still streaming? Can you guys hear me? Can you pop a comment in chat just to say that you can still hear me? Oh good, someone's commenting. My parents don't care for it, but my dad's happy I no longer spend all my time playing video games. That is the alternative, isn't it? We do spend a lot of time in front of computers, and I work in IT, which kind of sucks, because I go to work and sit in front of a computer, and then I come home and sit in front of a computer. It's something that I kind of am struggling with. I do need to kind of get away from it. That's a very bright blue. You can see what I mean about these paints though. This is a single coat of watered down paint, and it's covering amazingly. What's really hard about this is I'm quite hard of hearing, and I'm sitting here holding my breath because I'm convinced that I'm just going to be like down the microphone otherwise. Because I can't quite hear how loud I'm breathing. So I apologise if I sound like I'm a bit of a creep. It's not intentional. My body just requires oxygen. So what are you thinking of that? Is that too blue? Is that... It's very bright. It's obviously going to get darkened down a bit and weathered. I'm kind of okay with it. Go do some BB wars. Again, don't threaten me with a good time. I nearly bought myself a new MP5 this month. Just the fact that I'm too poor to actually afford it was the only thing that stopped me. Such a minor inconvenience. Maybe that's where the blue paint gets its name from. Yeah. Hobby project I've always wanted to do is a story of a single squad from the beginning of the Great Crusade to the end of the Heresy. John, go for it, man. That's the sort of thing you should really do on someone like the Bolter and Chainsword. You could do a really cool blog there where, you know, you could start with a 10-man squad or a 20-man like squad, all in the same armor mark. Do the old nameplates for them, and then you know, do them at each major event, because you could do, I don't know, probably the same squad 4 or 5 times, and then you could get to like the Siege of Terror or whatever, and there's like 3 of them left, or none of them left, or just a Dreadnought, which would be really cool. Too poor buys 3 boxes of Age of Darkness. Listen here, you little shit. I had saved up quite a while for those 2 Ages of Darkness box sets, and then I got one as a present, and then one of them was on sale as well. So, watch it. Now, if I buy 3 of the Battle Force, then I'll let you. You can complain about that, all right? And no, it was more to do with the fact that all my bills came out and everything this month, and yeah, cost of living and everything. Used to be my housemate's rent was like an extra couple of £100. It was like, oh, this is a nice bonus that I can use for hobby stuff, and now it's very much oh, it's barely covering the electric bill, yay. First guard squad done. It's only 4, but I'm glad to have them built. The blue is really bright, but don't take my word on colours. I'm kind of colourblind. Hey, don't worry about that. The small squad size for custodian guard is great, because it means you can actually finish an army. I still wouldn't. Yeah, I'm okay with those. They look fine. Now, does anyone else have one? I don't think they do. Wow, I've gone really light on the old pouches on these guys. This guy's got them in red. Well, that's okay. I think I'm going to do another 5 of the Mark 6 Marines I've got for these guys, and then I might do 5 for a different chapter in the Badab War. Maybe the Red Scorpions. They'd be quite an interesting one. Plus the grey you get in this is quite good for them. I always liked the is it the Tiger Claws? Who's the other ones? Madam War chapters. Oh, it's taking me to Bell of Lost Souls. No, that's the old Index Astartes one, not the more current Forge Worldy one. That's the one I want. The Tiger Claws, yeah, the black and gold Tiger Claws. I really like the look of those. And it's a bit of a shame that they just got absorbed by the Astral Claws straight away. Not interested in the Raptors. I've never been interested in the Raptors. Maybe the Star Phantoms. You know, paint some white. Star Phantom be good. I wouldn't mind doing Lamenters, but I really don't feel like painting checkerboard that much. Nova Marines. I'm already doing Nova Marines, there's nothing new there. Marines Errant could be good, but again, that's basically just Nova Marines. Already got the Sons of Medusa. Don't care about the Sharkadons. Fire Angels, maybe. Firehawks could be fun as well, but that's a lot of freehand. Maybe the Executioners. Could do the Executioners when the Mark III models come out. It's not possible for me to get basic infantry kits from GW anymore because of the cost. Yeah, Kavonis, you're absolutely right. It is becoming ridiculous. They are aggressively pricing hobbyists out of the market. And you shouldn't have to accept it. You don't have to accept it. You can go to someone else. You can go to other hobbyists, you can buy them secondhand, you can go to third-party retailers and buy alternative sculpts like Tortuga Bay. You can go to 3D printers, you can spend your money on a 3D printer and, you know, transform into that hobby. You can still paint, you can still collect, you can still wargame with it, but you'll be producing models at a considerably lower cost, and then you can also kind of dabble in every other war game that's out there quite easily. You can buy them from China. You don't have to take it. Like at the moment, we kind of are in a. I don't want to be so hyperbolic as to say we're in an abusive relationship, but it is kind of like an abusive relationship, because Games Workshop is constantly, you know, hurting us effectively. And yeah, you can leave, but there's a lot of people who don't want to leave. There's a lot of people out there who this is their hobby. They don't have any other hobbies. They make their friends in this hobby, their social lives are in this hobby. I tell you what, there's a couple of guys at my local gaming club who are a little bit further on the spectrum than I am. You know, the kind that are allergic to spending £4 on deodorant and don't know when to shut up. Their only social interaction is through Warhammer. And if they can't collect Warhammer anymore, and I mean, like, you know, if they can't buy Warhammer, then they're not going to be allowed to stay in the shops, basically. They're going to have no one. They're going to have no friends. They're going to have no social interaction. That's really messed up. So yeah, the other thing is to kind of like help your friends. You know, if you've got friends who want things, you know, don't be afraid of buying your friends Warhammer for their birthdays or for Christmas. Like a lot of people I know nowadays, they don't buy birthday presents or Christmas presents for their friends, but I always try to. I don't know, it's because a lot of us haven't got money. You don't have to spend a fortune. You don't have to go off and buy them the Age of Darkness box set, you know, for their you know, for their birthday present. But you could pick up, say, like the I don't know, the Legion decal sheet that they use, or the Praetor model, or a box of tactical marines, or whatever. You know, and also don't forget, you can always buy from third-party retailers. You can easily knock 15-20% off the price if you buy from someone like Element Games. And, you know, as always, I'll plug that stupid Element Games code as well, because if you buy enough stuff through Element Games, and if you've got, like... Element Games so far is the only one I know of, but you get enough people to use your code, you can end up buying stuff for free, because you'll make enough points off of it if your friends are buying it. James, I'm not a big fan of the Minotaurs. The gold and red is not really my jam. If I didn't find a good deal on eBay for my guard, I don't think I would have left. It would have left the comment drop. eBay is not the place it used to be. You used to be able to get a really good deal, and what say you, chat? Should we turn this into a drunk stream? You used to be able to get a really good deal, and you could then, you know, strip models, repaint them, and it's great, you know. The Assault on Blackreach, for example, the Assault on Blackreach Dreadnought you could pick up for £5-10. People are now putting up in production models, painted badly, fully assembled without all of the extra parts, for more than the retail cost of a new one. Why on God's green earth would I spend £35 on a venerable dreadnought with an assault cannon and power fist when I can spend £30 and get the whole kit with all the weapon options? And I don't have to strip it, I don't have to look at someone else's butchering job of cleanup. None of that. I covered it in a video a while back. People are addicted to Warhammer, which is why they'll spend an absolute fortune on it, and why they think their hobby is worth more than it actually is. I converted a Gabriel Centaur for a friend as a present for... yeah, that's it, it's brilliant. I painted a Chaplain Cassius, the old resin Chaplain Cassius model, for a friend for his birthday, because he loved Chaplain Cassius. He lost the model in the end. I did the same thing with Stern, Brother Captain Stern of the Grey Knights, back when I was at school. Yeah, that's another thing, you know. Put together a kit basher model for your friends. You know, here's a chaplain for your army, because I know you've been thinking of putting one in there. Well, I've put one together for you out of all my bits. Make that something, you know. That's a great idea. You know, organise with your friends who you play with to do a model swap. Have a theme, so, you know, Centurion, Close Combat Centurion, for example, and then they just have to put together. They pick a name out of a hat, and that's the person they're making it for with their legion, and they make the model. And it's like Secret Santa. Everyone gets given their model at the end, and they get to see it and paint it up. Oh no, the Warhammer addiction is terrible for the hobby, because it will kill this hobby, and that's not being hyperbolic at all, because it means Games Workshop will continue to push the envelope. Because if they can charge you £50 for a model that used to be 10, and someone's willing to pay that, they only need to sell to one person rather than 5 people to make money. And they're making more money off that than if they sold to 5 people. So they'll keep doing it. Because if someone will pay 50 quid for the model, maybe they'll pay 55. They'll pay 55, they'll pay 60. If they'll pay 60, they'll pay £62.50. If they'll pay £62.50, they'll pay £65. Next thing you know, the 20 quid Praetor is £45. A box of Space Marines is now nearly £100, and a 2,000 point army costs as much as a second-hand car. And it used to be like that if it was a Forge World army, but now I'm talking like a regular plastic army. $60 for 10 Sigma High Elves. I need that. Yeah, not doing that. Yeah. And that's one of the big concerns I've got for the old world. If the old world comes out and the price point is more like modern Games Workshop, I think a lot of people are going to be really upset, because I don't want to buy a box of Bretonnian Knights that are as old as the kid I'm playing the game against and paying 60 quid for the unit. Because it's not worth it. And I used to get into this argument a bit with my boss when I worked at Games Workshop, because a lot of Games Workshop staff would always use the analogy of Games Workshop versus video games. Oh, you're paying £35 for a video game, but you only get like 6 to 8 hours worth of gameplay out of that. Well, how much time do you get out of your, £30 Games Workshop set? Well, you get, 12 hours of painting time, and then you get hundreds of hours of gaming time. And my answer always was, yeah, but in 6 months that 30 quid game is now costing £15. And it's still the same game. The Rhino kit, the Mars Rhino kits, is probably older than a fair few of you guys in chat. When it came out, I think it was £15. Even adjusted for inflation, it's barely £20. So why is the kit closer to 30? So yeah. GW needs to realise that there is a price point and a price value that people will assign to things. Sure, put the box set out for £100. Well, people might not be able to afford £100 as a one-off. Yeah, sure. This battalion box, for example, this 3 box of 30 Mark III, the Deradrea Dreadnought, the special weapons, and the Land Raider. Individually, it's 40, 80, 140, 160, 170 pounds worth of models without any discount. We throw the usual 30-ish% discount. We're looking at 125 quid box set probably. Fantastic deal, really good. Knock another 15-20% off when I go to a third-party retailer. Yeah, that's really good. I would quite happily keep buying that for just over £100 every single time. But each month I don't have £100 to spend on my hobby budget. My hobby budget is continually getting smaller. A £35 box from Games Workshop now, to me personally, is actually a relatively large investment. I hate that term. But I have to think about it. I can't just walk into a hobby shop, look at something on the shelf, pick it off the shelf and go and buy it. I have to weigh it up and go, should I get it? It's this, or I can go and buy some new t-shirts. All my t-shirts have got super glue on them. Legitimately, I have like 2 t-shirts that don't have super glue or holes from super glue on them. So buying some new clothes is kind of an important thing for me at the moment. So do I buy 2 or 3 new t-shirts, or do I buy a single box of miniatures? Now, if I was making the money I'm making now, back when I started in the hobby, I could walk into Games Workshop at any point, pick anything off the shelf and go, yeah, I'll have 3 of them. Wouldn't care. I could walk in and buy the 2nd edition starter set, which was about 60 to 80 pounds if I remember correctly. It might be 65 or 70 pounds. I'd buy 2 of them. 2 or 3 of them. I really would. How am I going to do my Orc army? I'm going to buy this, and then I'm just going to make a Space Marine army on top of it. And I wouldn't even think about it. But now I have to think about a £35 box of Intercessors, or a £50 box of Space Marine Mark VI Marines. And that kind of sucks. I don't want that, So yeah, I'd love to be able to buy £100 for 30 Marines, a tank, and a Dreadnought. That's great, I really would. That's why when I was buying Heresy stuff, when I first started, I didn't buy boxes of Mark IV Marines. I saved up for a month or 2 and I just bought Betrayal at Calth again, or I bought Burning of Prospero again, because you were getting such a huge discount on them. But that's why Games Workshop's got FOMO, because they know people are thinking like me. They know people are going, oh, can I afford this? Should I get this? Maybe I'll save up this month. I won't get anything this month. I'll get it next month. So they've gone, you have to buy it this month because there's a good chance it won't be here next month. Yeah, James, the Legion Imperialis is going to be one of those things that is on a knife edge. It could become the most successful game Games Workshop's done, or it could become a complete failure. It 100% comes down to price. Most recent video I did, the drop pods. You get 4 drop pods in a box. Okay, if that costs £20 and I've got 12, 15, 20 squads that need them, that's a hell of a lot of money. I'm not going to buy it. I'm going to use token. I'm going to buy 32mm bases, and I'm just going to spray paint them red. And I'm going to go, that's where the drop pods landed. And you know what? Most of my people I play with, they won't care. Now, if it's a tenner at box for 4 of them, yeah, I'll probably buy them. Also, having them in boxes of 4 is really weird, unless they're doing them in like blister packs. If they're doing them in blister packs, that would be a really interesting way of doing it, because it's smaller size, it doesn't take up as much shelf space. I don't know how the clam packs work out cost-wise compared to boxes. I'm going to assume they'll be in a box the size of like the Heresy character boxes, the ones that are about yay big. But yeah, if you want 25, if they want more than £20, no way. No, I'm just going to go grab Alaric and I'm going to get him to print me a shitload more of them, which he's done already. He's already printed me an absolute boatload of Heresy models for this Legions Imperialis. He shipped them to me. He hasn't asked for any money for this because it's cost so little. I have offered to pay for them, but he doesn't answer when I ask him how much I owe him. So yeah, I mean, it's like you look at things like Flames of War or those smaller scale historical war games, and you go, oh, it's 1 in 72 or 1 in 96 scale King Tiger, and it's like £12 for 3 of them, and then you realise, okay, but this is actually hand sculpted. It's made by a guy in his garage, and they're made out of white metal, and they're cast by hand. I can understand why they cost this much. Not when you are the largest industrial injection plastic moulding miniature company in the world. They have the capacity to make things at such a scale that cost is nothing to them. Oh, when I started in 2009, the Battle Force sets were $90 US, and you got a decent assortment of troops. It was expensive even then, but better value. Of course, you're 100% right. And every time I see a picture of one of the old 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th edition battle sets, chapter sets, or every other kind of weird box set that come out, at the time I looked at them and went, oh my god, that's so expensive, and now I'm just like, oh man, that's so cheap. And that's another part of Games Workshop's FOMO. They know that people are going to look at that and go, it's dirty cheap now, but in a year's time it's going to have almost doubled. You want to play Empire, get the Perry's Mercenaries War of the Roses set for £22, 42 models with options and pikes and rifles. Speaking, you're right. Yes, I think somewhere like Claymore Castings would be really good for the Bretonians. They do some really nice 100 Years War models. The Perry twins are really good. There is some really nice 32/28mm Landsknecht models that would be great for the Empire. They would, yeah. There's lots of them out there. Unfortunately, a lot of those sort of historical things are all still in metal, and metal fantasy armies suck because they weigh a ton. Perry twins are great. Love the Perry twins. Cannot stress enough how good the Perry twins are as sculptors, and all their models are fantastic. Again, the only downside is just the scale. They are absolutely tiny compared to GW stuff. You can see here that this is, I mean, even next to a regular Space Marine, he is, I mean, actually, the funny thing is, this is basically true scale. So yeah, they are good, but they're a little fiddly to work with. Or they can be. Oh, I don't think I've ever shown this off, actually. So, Warlord Games models. I painted this a while back. I decided I wanted to paint something with a brush, because I'd been using nothing but an airbrush. So I thought, I'm going to paint something using just a brush, apart from like the base coat. I sprayed them green, and that was it. And I think I did really well, you know, tooting my own horn. And I very much want to do a winter German army now. Ooh. When I got into the hobby and everyone would put such emphasis on third-party models not being allowed for official tournaments. Not a single person I knew in the hobby goes to official tournaments. Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, I know one or two who do, and they're those kind of guys. They play tournaments to win tournaments, so their armies are very, very much modelled for advantage. They're painted for advantage. They are... Surprisingly, were both Iron Hands players when Iron Hands are really good. And even they've now kind of got sick of it. And I know at least one of them has moved to the Heresy. And this is why I'm sculpting Drago for myself, and I'm not going to play Warhammer. But I like the lore and sheer awesomeness of Space Marine design, but I'd rather burn in hell than pay GW £25. Yeah, Joseph. I mean, maybe not burn in hell, you know. Maybe, you know, pray tonight, bro. Please. Yeah, no, I mean, I intend to cover one-page rules. I know a lot of people really, really love one-page rules. But yeah, I mean, I like Space Marines. Space Marines are my hobby. I like Space Marines. I draw Space Marines. I paint Space Marines. I build Space Marines. I write Space Marines. You know, people, oh, did you think of the Roman Empire? No, I don't. I constantly just think about Space Marines, though. It's the Space Roman Empire for me. But I don't need Games Workshop to enjoy Space Marines. I have transcended Games Workshop. They are no longer required for me to enjoy Space Marines. 20 years ago, I needed Games Workshop because third-party sculpts were just not up to the same level. Games Workshop literally could sink into the ground tomorrow. Literally, we could all wake up tomorrow morning and the news would just be like, live reporting from Nottingham, where the headquarters of Games Workshop has just fallen into a fiery pit, along with every single Games Workshop shop and all their warehouses. And I wouldn't care. I mean, Games Workshop would literally disappear, and we could still have Space Marines. We would be printing Space Marines. We'd be buying Space Marines from other companies, and we could just continue our hobby the way we want to, without the really, really aggressive company. The Assault Group has great German Landesknechte range. Yeah, they're a really good one. The Perry Twins also feel human, unlike some GWX. I've met the Perry Twins. The Perry Twins are really, really friendly, although one of them is more machine now. If you don't know the story of the Perry Twins, I think it's Michael Perry lost his sculpting hand in a car crash and had to have it replaced with like a spike, and he had to learn to sculpt with his left hand. Serious brass balls on that guy. He really did, you know, overcome a serious life-changing injury and did not let it stop him, and his sculpting is still as good now as it was before. And those guys are just massive, massive, massive history buffs. If you ever saw pictures of the GW studio when they worked there were just cabinets filled with historical artifacts, pictures of like historical uniforms, bits of armor, weapons, and it was all their stuff. It was all stuff they were bringing in. Why would you think of Roman Empire when I could just think of Emperor's children taking a planet with 6 men? Yeah. And then the Emperor's children took 6 men. Funnily enough, the Games Workshop hobby would probably be better off without games. It really would, yeah. No, I believe it was a car crash, not a cannon. It might have been cannon. I just remember in White Dwarf they said he'd had an accident. I think they said it was a car crash. But either way, he lost his hand. My uncle, he does reenactment. and he has his cannons, American Civil War cannons. Now, Civil War cannons, they fall under black powder weapons, so they are on a certain firearms license and have to be stored in a certain way, securely. They you can't just have them lying around. And I was talking to him and his wife, and they told me how the police had got a complaint, and they decided they'd seen he had firearms and all this, and they'd come to try and confiscate them. Where are they? Why aren't they in this cabinet? Why aren't they safe? And they pointed out to them that they are currently in the kitchen, on the floor. He's like, they've got to be in a cabinet. No, they have to be secured. That's what the law says. And they're like, so why are they on the kitchen floor? He's like, because they're chained to the radiator. That's not secure. He's like, they're 3 tons each. Please feel free to pick them up and run away with them. So there's 3-ton cannons in their kitchen chained to a radiator with apparently 1/4 of a ton chains. They were not exactly small gauge chains. So him and 3 other guys used to load them into the back of a van. A lot of recent GW writing and aesthetics kind of show that the current studio does not read a lot of real-world military history. Current GW aesthetics aren't Games Workshop. Well, they're not Warhammer. A lot of modern-day Games Workshop models are not... they're not the same style that we used to have. That's why so many people were pointing out that the new Mark III champion, the traitor champion, he looks like a third-party mini, because he does. He doesn't have the same aesthetics. Just rather than just sitting here talking, I'm actually going to paint something. So yeah, they don't have the same aesthetics at all, and that kind of sucks, because Games Workshop's aesthetics and their feel, the style they had, was very unique. I mean, you look at games at the same time as Warhammer, and you've got things like Void 1.1, and it just doesn't feel the same. Urban War, Conflict by Rackham, Kings of War. They're all very different, but they weren't Games Workshop. Games Workshop, you could look at a model that had come out during the 90s and you'd know that this was Games Workshop. You can still see it nowadays from time to time. When you see Juan Diaz's sculpts, you go, oh, it's a Games Workshop model. It's not. It's a Games Workshop sculptor. Black Scorpion Miniatures is like that, because Black Scorpion Miniatures is the guy who sculpted all the Bretonnian range. And Games Workshop had a style. It was identifiable. The silhouettes, and that's the important thing for models, is the silhouette. And you could look at it and go instantly, that's that belongs to that army. Imagine if we got a battle suit that looked like a Crisis suit, and they were like, no, this is actually a new Wraith Prince for the Eldar. We'd all kind of look at it and go, but it doesn't look like it's an Eldar model. And they're losing that. They're losing their identity, because I think they're losing the passion. Personally, that's what I think. It's being worn away by corporate greed. So yeah, you hear these things like, oh, 3D printers are going to kill Games Workshop. No, 3D printers aren't going to kill Games Workshop. Shareholders will kill Games Workshop. BlackRock and the other larger investors and shareholders for Games Workshop will kill Games Workshop, because they will demand increasingly larger amounts of profit. So they will close the stores. They will fire the staff. They will get rid of third-party retailers. They will reduce and reduce and reduce until they have squeezed every bit of value out of the company. Then they'll sell their stock for nothing because it's now worthless, and then move on to the next thing. And if you close Games Workshop stores, That is the biggest thing that Games Workshop has over any of their competition. Because every kid in England knows Warhammer. Because they're on the high street everywhere. And no other wargaming, company can do that. There's very few, big public game shops where people go in and buy Infinity or Star Wars Shatterpoint or anything like that. Because they know Warhammer. So they see the big Warhammer shop. So, ironically, when I used to work at Games Workshop, you'd have lots of people coming in and asking if they could buy a PlayStation. So you'd have to say no, you'd have to go to Game. And then when I worked at Game, we'd have lots of people coming in asking if we sold Space Marines. The aesthetics are obvious to chase a wider audience, with the aesthetic setting getting watered down. Yeah, a little bit. Definitely feels like that. Yeah, it feels kind of more generic Space Marine-y, like sci-fi. Which is sad, because they could have some really interesting stories, but they won't touch them because it's not kind of safe and generic enough. That's why we won't see things like Clone Fulgrim come back. You won't see Clone Ferrus Manus come back properly. Yeah. Some of they do have a whole thing about learning how to place stores in the right place. I remember when I was going up to not Lincoln, Leicestershire, somewhere like that. I can't remember. Up north somewhere, and I was getting the bus, and the bus stopped in Oxford, which, by the way, was a lovely city at that point. You walk out of the bus station onto the high street, and literally the first thing you see is all Games Workshop. Who's getting off of the bus most? Who's coming out of the bus station every single day? Kids. School kids. They knew what they were doing. Seeing a Warhammer shop in the mall in the US got me hooked. Man, if I was on holiday with my parents and we were in the middle of some random, country town down in Somerset, Devon or something like that, and you'd run into a Warhammer shop and it's like, I'm going in. But you're on holiday. We've got one of those at home. I don't care. I'm going in. It sells the exact same things as the one at home. I'm still going in. But if they close them, if they decide that they're too much of a drain on resources, that they could save money by selling just online, that's where they're going to cause themselves some trouble. Because you get rid of all the foot traffic, you get rid of all the kids, you get rid of everything. Like, Warhammer is all they know, and they don't have anything else in their visual library. Exactly, that's why they've done so much to brand themselves as Warhammer. Because it's the Warhammer hobby. It's not Games Workshop, it's not Warhammer 40,000, it's not Wargaming, it's Warhammer. That's why Nintendo, back in the 80s, tried so hard to make sure people just weren't calling every type of video game Nintendo, because they knew that it was actually dangerous to be branded that way. They actually paid for a whole article, like advertising thing, be like, it's not video, or it's not Nintendo, it's video games. Because if your name is the only thing attached to it, that means you get all the positive press, but you also get all the negative press. Yeah, the old stores were great. You had a community, you had all these people coming together, you had games, you had tables. You know, I made a lot of friends there. Hell, I even ended up working with one of them. Actually, I worked with two of them. And that's how I ended up working at Games Workshop, was because I was known to the community. Yeah, the community is the important part for Games Workshop. But they don't see it. Games Workshop needs like an Elon Musk type to come in and buy the company and drop the value, because it needs to reset, basically. Doesn't want to be profitable to investors. It wants to be profitable to the community, basically. Oh yeah, things like the Battle Bunker in Texas and Warhammer World, they're definitely worth visiting at least once. I wouldn't know how I'd feel if Games Workshop's Warhammer World was my regular store. I'll tell you what, if my local store had Titans and Knights in it every day, I don't know if I'd have enough money left to live. Yeah, buying the models when you're abroad so you can actually get them. I have a friend who is picking me up the Combat Arena Lair of the Beast from Barnes and Nobles before he comes over next, because they're not releasing it over here in the UK. So he's grabbing that for me. Incidentally, he's also the one that's bringing me my epic parts. Back in my day, we never had local stores. We had local model shops called BTs. I think there was only 2 or 3 nationally at the time. We had a BTs in town. One of my fondest memories is actually at a BTs where I live. We were sat in a wimpy burger shop. My mother, my grandmother, and I. My grandmother says, "Can I take him into BTs?" And my mum rolls her eyes and goes, "Yes, as long as you don't buy him anything." 25 minutes later, I'm sat there eating my burger, clutching in my other hand my brand new white Power Ranger saber, which talked and made noises when you swung it. My grandmother did not obey the rules that my mother laid down. Yeah, we used to have a BT's here. There was one in Winchester. I think they're all gone now, which is a little sad. But it was like an Aladdin's cave. It was all very dark and all the model kits reached the ceiling and the guy had a little ladder to go out and get them. Which to someone who was like 6 or 7 was just the coolest thing ever. Really wish I could get these things to stay in focus in a position which was comfortable for me to paint in. But the models here, my eye line is about 3 inches to the right of my thumb. So I'm having to view the model at such an awkward angle to paint it, so it keeps drifting. I keep looking at trying to find a camera setup to use, but the cameras are so expensive. Thought of buying a new phone, like a second-hand phone or something to use, a dedicated one, but all the second-hand phones are expensive and don't have as good a camera as the one I'm using, which is hilarious because this is not exactly a new phone I've got. I want to make the trip up to Warhammer World one day to see the displays and maybe buy a single exclusive model. If you're going to get models from Warhammer World, the exclusive ones I recommend getting is actually the box of tanks. It's a Rhino and a Land Raider, and it's £80, which is only about a tenner more than a regular Rhino and Land Raider would cost you anyway. And they come with loads of extra bits, loads of funky stuff to put on them. They come with some unique transfers, they come with some unique crew, all sorts of weird and wonderful bits. And I just think they look great. You can get all the small models, you know, like the 4-year-old Tartarus Praetor and stuff. But those tanks, you ain't going to find them anywhere else. Yeah, I think the last time I did, a friend of mine was moving out of his house up north in Worksop, so we had to go all the way up there to go and collect his stuff, clear the flat out, and on the way back we decided to stop into Warhammer World for a bit, where I ran into another friend of mine who I play airsoft with, and he was up there. And he'd randomly gone up there with his friends, so it was a nice little kind of oh, I know that voice. But it's good to go up there and have a look around. It's good to go through the exhibition because they've got a load of models there from old Golden Demons, like old Golden Demon winning models, and it's really cool to see them up close and personal. You know, actually, you know, things like the Mike McVeigh, Horus and the Emperor duel. Seeing that in person and actually being able to appreciate the sheer quality of the painting on models that are 30 years old. You know, you look at these older models and you go, oh, you know, the models are a bit crude, but then you realise just how amazingly well they're painted, how much freehand is on there, the amazing blending they did. And all with those older paints, which were not the best things to work with. So, Doghouse, I've not seen you around in a while. Are you working on any new interesting projects? Are you You doing any more true scale models? I haven't had a chance to pop into your threads. I know you had your, was it Legio Scientifica thread on Bolter and Chainsword? I think that's how you said it. I don't think you're right there, actually, buddy. I think it's the other way around. I think modern Games Workshop paintings are a lot more achievable nowadays. If you look at, let me just pull it up for you. I was gonna walk on. I was gonna comment on this on my last video. Community painted Space Marines. So it was. Where is it? Boop. And paste and go. So, if we look at these, first of all, what's going on with this Power Fist? That hasn't been put together properly. There shouldn't be a seam there at all. But look at these highlights. Especially the highlights on the guns. These are really sloppy. Look at the fingers. They're really, really sloppy. They get a really nice smooth base coat, and then they wash it, and then they do some really sharp highlights. But look at these highlights. There's no blending here. There's no subtle blends between the two blues. There's no subtle, dry brushing. There's no wet blending. It's really, really quick and sloppy. It's only until you come out and look at it at sort of full scale that you notice that it looks, kind of good. But at the end of the day, look at this on his chest here. This is going to be his base coat, and then a shade, and then a slight line, and then the really light line, which they've done a few dots and scratches with. There's not a lot here. And then if we look at... let me see if I can find a good model to show it off. Is this going to be an absolutely tiny image? Probably. Oh yeah, that's absolutely tiny. Oh, come on. This is an awful website. It doesn't want to work properly. Well, first of all, this was included in the box set you'd get when you bought your orcs, for example. So this actually will do. So let's look. Can I zoom in? Yes, I can. So it's a little low detail, but I'm sure you can see what I'm talking about. Look at the face. There is a subtle blend there between the two greens. The highlights are blended in. They're not just dot, 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 dot. Scratch, 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 scratch. Yeah, they're blocky and they're clean. But these are really nice. You can see the difference. Like, that's just flat red. And then there's all that orange. There's the lighter oranges, the shading. The subtle orange blending up here. Look at the horns. The horns are a really good example. And this was a standard orc boy. And that's the picture that you got in the box set for learning how to paint. So, and they did kind of give you a couple of different examples on how to paint them, which is really nice. You know, there's you know, a couple of alternate colour schemes. But look at the blending on these. Look at the horns. The horns look like horns, and they got the Doc Martens as well. And the most important thing of painting at this era, the skull white undercoat. The undercoat of white was such a thing, and then they shifted to black, and it became such a divisive thing for about 5 minutes. Oh, I still prime all my models white because it's nice and bright. Oh, I prime them black because it does the shadows for me. And you're like, I use white because it's got what I've got left, and I can't afford a £6 can of spray paint. But this is from 2nd edition. This is you know, years and years and years ago. What I wanted to show you was the old Gazcol Thraka model, because he's got some really nice blending on him. Let's have a Space Marines. No, not Space Marys. There's something completely different. Copy image address. Paste and go. Can't really see it. Very small picture, but again, like the subtle blend between the orange and the blacks. And these were the starter models. These were really low quality. See the blend on the orange and the yellow. And we saw a lot of this with the old Darren Latham 90s model challenge. You know, you got to see some really cool models with that. So yeah, I mean, compared to what we have nowadays for Games Workshop models, it is very different. And I don't think it's better. I think it's worse, if I'm going to be honest. I think it's a lot simpler. Not to throw shade or anything. Yeah, blending's a skill you really need to learn as a painter. It's one of those things that you can get really hung up on. I got really hung up on it for a long time, and my painting suffered for it, I'll be honest. But once you can get that solid base coat and you can get your solid highlights in, literally all you're doing is going colour A, highlight B, and then you're just filling in the gap. And that's all you're learning to do. So, I mean, as I paint this green on, this very light green, all I would do for blending is I'd work these two colours together. That's effectively all blending is you know, filling the gaps in. And Games Workshop's kind of skipped that step. Yeah, some of the box art, you can tell they've spent some time on it, and some of it looks very rushed. Which is weird, because you'd think they'd have the same amount of time for all of the models. Because, you know, they work like 5 years in advance. Which, you know, if you think about it, if they work 5 years in advance, how amazing must the models they're working on at the moment look? That must really suck if they go back to... You know, if there's a big change in the quality of the sculpts they're working on, and then they leave the office, they go home to work on their own personal army, and they've gone from, you know, painting, I don't know, returned Primarch Russ, and they're looking at their current Space Marines going, well, these are just shit, I don't want to touch these. This is depressing. I couldn't work at the Games Workshop studio. I got way too big a mouth on me. I would not be able to like keep a secret, I'll be honest. my friends would be like, "So, what's coming out for Games Workshop?" And I'd be like, "Oh, I can't tell you. But if I were you, I wouldn't be buying." I'd be fired within a week. I really would. So apparently, they takes 2 days for a heavy metal painter to paint a single Space Marine, from start to finish. Which is pretty good. I mean, they work in teams of 2. Which is pretty cool, but yeah. Why would you take that long? Or why would you take that short period of time? If they're working off pre-production samples, which is the other thing, that's why we see the print lines so badly on some of the models, is because they are the rapid prototype printed ones. Why would you not take weeks? Why would you not use every tool at your disposal? Why would you not be just going absolutely ham? I'll tell you why they don't. Because they want the models to be replicatable. When I worked there, the heavy metal team were basically told to tone it down because kids were getting disheartened that they couldn't replicate the box art, and if they were losing interest because they couldn't do it, they were less likely to come back and buy more models. You needed something that they could make an approximation of, so that they could go, "Oh, I'm nearly there, maybe I'll get it with the next model." Which is why when I was painting models for the cabinets and stuff in the store, I had to follow very specific instructions. I couldn't go off and go absolutely crazy with these Crimson Fists I was working on. I couldn't go heavily weathering them. I couldn't do freehand. I couldn't put checkers on them like I wanted to. I couldn't do the eyes how I wanted to. I literally was given, I think it was actually a printout from a White Dwarf on how to paint Crimson Fist. I was given the paints that were mentioned in the article, and that's all I was allowed to use. And it kind of sucked. I'll be honest. But I mean, could you imagine if Games Workshop partnered with people like Ninjon, Sam Lenz, Vince, whatever his name is, the guy with the little beard and the glasses, so I can never remember his surname. You know, it partnered with these guys, and they were putting out articles in White Dwarf. They were putting out the box art for things. That's what Games Workshop's YouTube channel should be. They should be the ones that are partnering with people like that and getting their videos out there. They should really be like going ham on those sorts of things. It's such a missed opportunity. It really is. But it's because they don't want to expose people to a wider hobby. There is a hair on my palette. There's a hair caked in blue and white paint on my palette. Get rid of that. Yeah. There's a big difference in sculpting method. Original models were green stuff sculpts. Now it's all digital. Those original sculptors were absolute mad lads to get so much detail in small scale. Well, guys, you're absolutely right. But one thing they used to do is they'd actually sculpt the model 3 times larger than this. So you'd have the model would actually be this big. Actually, let me see if I can find one for you. Because they did put a couple of them in White Dwarf. No, it doesn't look like you can see them. Oh yeah, here we go. So these are the 3-ups for the Stone Guard versus actual, 40k scale. So you're absolutely right. They were really good sculptors, but they weren't sculpting at the scale you're thinking they're sculpting at. So that's the sort of size they would have worked on to sculpt these models. And you have to remember also, this era would have been when they were first starting with CAD as well. So a lot of these would have been early CAD sculpts, and then they would have been sculpting extra details on by hand that they couldn't get the resolution for on CAD from their printers at the time. But it kind of just shows you just how wild that image is. What I want to know is, I don't quite understand how they then take this and then mould it so it comes out like this. That's something I'd be interested in learning how they did. But yeah, this was a great kit, by the way. These stone guys, I really miss this kit. I wanted to get another one before it went out of production, but I couldn't find one in stock, which is really annoying because these bolters were great, and I used a load of them with my my Raven Guard. Green stuff is a vile material to sculpt with. Modern polymer clays are much more user-friendly. They are, yeah. No, you're right. When you're right, you're right. I actually quite like mixing superfine white milliput with green stuff for when I'm doing sculpting. First of all, it's cheaper because you can bulk it out. But yeah, you can also you can sand it a bit better, and it holds an edge a little bit nicer than green stuff, because green stuff kind of always has a bit of a soft edge to it. You have to use things like brown stuff and milliput to get a sharp edge. So much green. It's definitely one of the colours I'm not very good at painting. It's green. Yeah, CAD's useful. Like, don't get me wrong, CAD sculpting is brilliant for what it is. However, it also does take away a little bit of... It takes away the personalisation of the sculpting. Like, you can kind of tell, if you know who they are, you can tell who the sculptors are who painted or created certain miniatures. For example, the most famous one has got to be the Diaz Demonettes. They wouldn't have the same style if they were done in CAD, because you'd be using assets that someone had created. They'd have a certain style, a set of brushes to use. They just wouldn't look as good, in my opinion. But then on the flip side, you can invert the model, you can rescale it, you can repose it, you can add details, you can swap out the legs, you can put together, 5 or 6 different variants of a model, take them up to the guys who make the decisions and go, hey, these are the sort of 5 ideas I've got, which one do you prefer? It's a lot easier for them to come back and go, we like the legs on number 1, we like the head on number 4, we don't like anything else, the backpack on number 2 is the one we want. And you can then plug and play all those bits together. Whereas if you were doing it by hand, you've then got to hack up the master models, maybe you don't want to do that, so you've got to resculpt them. CAD is much better. But most of Games Workshop, it's got less soul. the shift in style for their Heresy minis was sad to see. It is, yeah. Yeah, it definitely... the one that got me was the shift in painting style. How they moved away from scale modelling, because they'd had hired a bunch of scale modelers who were used to building things like model tanks. You know, think like Night Shift minis. My friends. He does some fantastic tanks, and his style of very, very realistic weathering and realistic depictions of armour is what they were using in the early days for the Bad War and for Heresy. And now obviously they've gone back towards more mainline Games Workshop. And it's disappointing because it's definitely changed the aesthetic, it's changed the feel of the game. To me, Heresy always felt more like Warhammer for grown-ups. And I know that sounds a bit kind of elitist and stuck up, but that's just how it felt to me. And now it's kind of being dumbed down a little bit. And I think there is a market there. I think there is a market for Warhammer for grown-ups. The problem is we do just have a lot of man-children in the hobby. There are still a vast variety of character sculpts from different 3D sculptors you can tell who sculpted. Yeah, absolutely. You can kind of get that with a lot of the 3D printed stuff. Like you can tell that that's a Logi K sculpt or Logic sculpt. You can tell it's a Red Warden Miniatures sculpt. You can tell it's a Damsa sculpt. You know, it's a helicopter sculpt, which is kind of cool because it's nice. Like Bolter Young is really easy to identify because he's got a very particular style of like very chunky Space Marines. The downside is it does mean that some of them are not compatible. Like Bolter Young stuff is not great at mixing in with other stuff because his is just a bit too chunky in certain ways. But it looks great when you have a whole army of them. It's just not my kind of cup of tea. Like an Igor Sid art piece is very different from a Thomas Elliot painting. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you know, Monet couldn't have painted the Mona Lisa. It would not have been the same piece of art. And that's kind of the problem we've had with Games Workshop in the last couple of years, was they moved a bunch of traditional artists into 3D. Now they've got a bunch of 3D artists who are trying to build models for real life. My housemate works in games design. He's a 3D sculptor by trade, and it's been quite difficult for him to shift away from the workflows of making a video game to his recent project, which has been making models for 3D printing. Basically, the game company decided not to release the game, but they were going to release the models for the characters as 3D printed characters instead. And it's a very different workflow. You have to think differently. You have to look at things. Because like you can make super detailed cloth as a 3D sculptor that just will not show up at any scale you print it at. You know, you can't do cloth dynamics because it's not going to move. It's a solid object, so you have to make sure it's posed correctly again. It's a bit different. You have to think again like it's a moment in time, not a model. So it's a learning curve for both sides. Would say it doesn't help that these individual artists can't make what they want and has to be for the specific time. Absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. Corporate GW gets stuck in way too much as well. If they gave their guys a lot more free reign, you would have probably seen a lot more interesting characters now. But there is the positive side of that is that, you know, I get something like this, you know, that comes out, and I know that all the parts on this White Scar model are going to aesthetically fit with this model. I don't want to buy, you know, I'm going to buy, this model from Games Workshop. I hope it aesthetically fits this model from Games Workshop, and actually then nowhere close. This is actually from Black Scorpion. He's a former GW sculptor, and he does some absolutely fantastically interesting models. This one suffers from the problem that a lot of hand sculpted resin models is, which is the detail is just too fine sometimes. which is why I didn't get around to finishing that one. But yeah, so you need to make sure that they are, you know, aesthetically the same, that they're the right scale and all that sort of thing. I'm sure Darren Latham wants to do something crazy, but his boss is probably telling him to tone it down. Oh yeah, absolutely. No, he's even said that he's had to tone it down from time to time. But you know, that's the sort of thing you want to put into White Dwarf or onto Warhammer Community, is like Darren Latham Unleashed, and it's literally just him painting his heart out, and how he does it, why he does it. You know, what's he making this? Why is he choosing these colours? You know, why is he painting black using purples? I mean, there's that brilliant picture he did where he painted a skull on a Mark VI helmet. Why have we not got articles like that in there? I get that you want the kids to be able to replicate it, but there's a lot of people who are painting that aren't kids who need, you know, stimulation. I think those grenades look fine now. Good shout on the blue, whoever that was. And the heat bloom looks fine too. Seriously, heat bloom, super easy to do. Paint the area gold, and then where the purple is, you want to use Druchii Violet. There it is. 2 coats of Druchii Violet. Let it dry. Dry brush the tip silver, and then transparent blue. And then you just put a bit of brown and black dry brushing on the end for the actual carbonisation. Seriously, for this scale, really quick, really simple. Yeah. Joking. People want to improve their painting. Not everyone wants to just replicate box art. You know, I remember reading articles on how to paint checkerboards, how to do sponging, how to paint skin tones. Here's a little trick for painting skin tones. Start with the same colour you're going to do the hair. If you paint the hair the same colour, so this guy, I painted all of his skin the same orange I was going to use his hair. And then I just started adding in my lighter skin tones to that colour and blending it up. And it's given this ever so slight tone that matches. It doesn't stand out as being the wrong shade, because that's kind of how your transparent skin works. This is a nice model. This is from Warlord Games. I can't remember what it's actually from. I think it's from... It's not Pike and Shot. Hail Caesar. It's from Hail Caesar. And it's one of the Danish, I think, character models. But I just wanted to paint something that was interesting. I think it came free with it, actually. With an order I had. And I was trying out contrast paints because I don't normally use them. But yeah, if you're going to paint hair and skin, did the same thing with this guy as well. Come on, can we focus, please? I took it a bit too high because I went too pale on his skin. But that's because the face isn't the greatest sculpt. And then again, the same with all my Ultramarines that are not here. And this guy. The secret with this guy is that he doesn't have any hair, so it was very easy to do. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff we could do, a lot of stuff we want to do. I really hope the old world is good. I'm just a bit worried that it's going to be a bit of a wet blanket kind of moment. Okay, this is... Let's go through this. This will be the last thing we do tonight because it's getting pretty late. So this is Jump Pack Space Marines painted by the community. This is the sort of thing we should have more of. You know, this is... That's good. You know, not the best, but it's a good base. It's good solid colours. Nice weathering. The purple stands out really nicely. The freehand Checker's good. A little thick here on the paint though. But you can see they've blended the highlights in a bit better. Could do with a bit more contrast in there. It's not very dark in places. Really nice blending there. Especially on the jump pack. Nice base work as well. Really nice base work. The problem I have with a lot of people who do snow bases is they don't actually think where the snow's going to be or have it act like snow. This doesn't particularly look like snow. This looks like something has biomassed all over the base. But it's good. It's not bad for what it is. But if you ever actually look at snow, snow doesn't look like this. But really nice blending on that. That's great. That's really good. Really nice blending on the backpack. Lovely freehand. Sides of the Emperor, great chapter. This is one of the chapters I'd love to do, but don't really have any reason to. The yellow flames and the yellow and black. That's perfect. I really like that. That's cool. It's a pity that not many of them have bothered converting the bases up much. But that's pretty cool. I like that. Nice. That's very cool. You can see he's got the fantastic blending with the super sharp highlights, but it's a very bright, clean look to it. It's not the heavy metal style. It's more of a comic booky style. But still, looks really cool. Salamanders are always cool. Can this guy really only take like a chainsword or a fist? Such a limited palette of weapons. It's nice, a good base. I like the base on that one. I have no idea what chapter that is, but it looks cool. The weathering's fantastic. I like that he's changed the base. That's really cool. It's really simple. I tell you what, that is a very, very easy to replicate paint job. You know, like some people look at that and they think how hard that's going to be. That's going to be really, really easy to do. Trust me. That's insane. Not really a fan of that, but I could respect the technical ability it's taken to paint that. Yeah, that's very Harlequin. They're pretty cool. The Raptors? Yeah, Raptors. Pete the Wargamer. Yeah, of course. Tabletop Tactics. That's cool. It's good that they're getting some of these good creators in there. Goonhammer. Notley Paints. Nice to see the Mortificators in there. Don't see them very often. Marines Malevolent. They're another one I'd like to do. Storm Giants. That's who it was. I couldn't think who that was. Doesn't help that he's got no decals or freehand on any of these. These also look like they're mostly painted with contrast paints. They're really nice though, the Blood Ravens. If I just didn't hate Mark 10 armour, that's still the winner. That's hands down the winner. But this is the sort of thing you should see when they announce, like, do Heresy Thursday and they show off their Praetor. This is an article we should have the same day or the next day. Why are we not getting this for Heresy? I know we're a smaller community than 40k is, but still, there's clearly passion there. Oh well. I think it's because they know they've pissed off so many of the 30k community that we are so pro third party now. We're not like as loyal as 40k members are. That's probably the truth of it. GW's got their fingers in too many pies to support Old World successfully. I think you might be right there. I think you might be right. I think this Epic release and coming at the same time, you've got 10th edition, you've got Epic, you've got Old World. You've probably got another Age of Sigmar edition next year, I think, or the year after. We're getting close to the 3 years. It's now been, what, it's got to be a year and a half, nearly 2 years since Heresy 2.0 came out. So we won't, we're on the downhill slope for the next edition of Heresy. It's too many. We got another Warcry release, probably another big one of those. Probably another Warhammer Quest box coming out at some point. New editions of Kill Team. We're probably going to get another big box for Necromunda next year. At some point, they kind of have to either admit that they've got too big and they need to seriously reinvest in the studio, or they're going to need to just cut back heavily. And that's going to suck, because all the games they do are good games. What really bugs me is that it's games like Warcry that seem to get the most support, but I don't see anyone playing it. It's obviously, it's probably a very popular game at the studio, but I don't see many people playing Warcry. The models are nice. I've got 2 of the gangs. I want to paint this guy up at some point. I want to do him on, or next to, a really big zombie dragon. What's going on with the base? I'll figure that out later. Yeah, there's too many games. They're cutting back the size of the specialist games team constantly, and stripping people of resources. This is the problem. They know that people buy in when you release a new game. People go big. They buy the box set. They buy 2 or 3 copies of the big box set. They split it with their friends. Everyone goes crazy for a little while, and then the game dies. And yeah, we're gonna go through what we did about 15 years ago, which is specialist games is going to get hibernated. Loads of the games are going to get cancelled. The Blood Bowl fans are going to be completely unaffected because they're used to being treated like that. Necromunda will disappear. Warcry will disappear. What's the other one that's not Warcry that I can never remember the name of? Doesn't matter, it will disappear. It's the other fantasy one. Kill Team will probably disappear. Thing is, Kill Team shouldn't be its own game, realistically. Kill Team is too much like 40k. Kill Team should almost be part of the 40k rules. Yeah. Underworlds, that's it. Thank you, Havoc. Kill Team makes sense from a release point of view, because it gives you a reason to update kits that wouldn't normally be updated in the normal release schedule. But that's it. There were rumours that Battlefleet Gothic was going to get redone. There are rumours that Space Hulk is going to get redone. There's even rumours that Gorka Morka is going to get redone. Now that last one, I don't believe. Although it's the only one I really hope for. But Gorka Morka is the easiest one to do. Because Gorka Morka is a book. You release a book and a box set with nothing but existing Orc models. You don't even do any new Orc models. And you release the box set as a splash release, and then you just release the book on its own at the same time. And that's it. You do a couple of weeks of articles on Warcom and in White Dwarf for people like, hey, this is me converting my trucks, my war tracks, my buggies. Here's my converted Orc boys. And that's it. You do a couple of weeks worth of articles to get people fired up and the creative juices flowing, and you just watch people buy Orc kits for doing Orc stuff. And then maybe you do a campaign book or an expansion book every year, if that. Like Necromunda gets, but without the models. And maybe every now and then Forge World does a single model for it. But you don't even need to do plastic releases for Gorka Morka, because it's just the Orc models. There, done. That takes up very little space. Doesn't need rebranding, doesn't need anything expensive doing apart from writing a book, which would be 90% taking the original book and probably just making sure that there's no spelling mistakes. You know, doing the most expensive part of doing that is going to be paying for the box set to be made, printing the book, and making sure you've taken new photos with new models. That's it. Space Hulk would be, again, quite an easy one because it's more or less models we've already got. Box of Gene Stealers, box of Terminators, couple of those Zone Mortalis bases or Necromunda bases in there, and then cardboard tiles, or even just do plastic tiles if you really want to go push the boat out. Single box release, there you go. Release the just Space Hulk as a standalone box, and that's it. You don't even need to release anything extra for it. The problem is shelf space, so it's going to be one of those things that's almost instantly becomes what do you call it? Direct order only. Yeah. Gothic's one of those ones that you could do as a splash release, but would do better from being more supported like Necromunda, but so that's probably the most unlikely one to be done. It's going to need as much as Epic does, because it's got no models that are existing and no models that cross over. Yeah, it's not good. Gorka Walker is the easiest one to do, by far. Gorka Walker is the easiest one to do. The other issue with these games is a lot of excitement from them is generated by constant new releases, not by people actually playing the game. People addicted to buying Warhammer, I mean. Community, you're absolutely right. That's where Games Workshop makes their money. People who are addicts might even just reprint the ones they released before, got one second hand quite recently, and the minis are great. Yes, again, reprinting Space Hulk as it was. They don't even need to change anything. It's literally the same box it was before with the Blood Angels Terminators. You could get away with just releasing that as is. Yeah, I think you could. The scale difference is fine because it's its own contained game. They're not meant to be played with 40k models. You would have some people complaining that they don't match the scale of the new Terminators. So your options are to ignore it and just say, hey, this is for the scale for Space Hulk. Or you put new Terminators in there. If you've got the CAD stuff there and you want to spend the money, you could probably upscale the Terminators by 15% and just reprint them and then make new molds. In fact, if you did that, you'd probably sell more copies of it if they were those existing Blood Angels Terminators. I think a smarter move would be to do it with just a box of 5 of the new Terminators and then sell upgrade kits for them. So, you could do the Deathwing upgrade set, and it gives you a single sprue of shoulder pads and extra bits, and comes with 1 or 2, 3 Deathwing specific missions. And then you do the same for the Blood Angels and for the Ultramarines and for the Space Wolves. And yeah, it's just a couple of missions that don't even have to be that complicated. They could release a new Terminator team every couple of months or something. Again, that's something they could really do, and they could milk it. You could have... I mean, yeah, you'd never keep those guys in stock. Space Wolf Terminators for Space Hulk in some really cool poses. But they'd compete with 40k Space Wolf Terminators if you ever released them. But again, if it's just 40k Terminators being released with Space Wolf bits, they pull double duty. So you've got people who buy them for both games. Imperial Fists or Ultramarines would be good because we've never really seen them in Space Hulk. It's Blood Angels, Dark Angels, and Space Wolves have been the 3 chapters who've really shown up in Space Hulk the most. Iron Hands would be really cool. Iron Hands Indominus Terminators would look baller. It's really cool, like bionic legs and arms. A bit like the Gorgon Terminators, but still uniquely Indominus Terminators. I should really finish my Iron Hands. Yeah. So Space Hulk's a good one. Space Hulk would be one to do. What would be one to keep like a Christmas release? But that's the thing that you could do is you could do Christmas releases for these box sets. Reprint Dreadfleet, reprint Space Hulk, reprint Blackstone Fortress, Cursed City, Silver Tower. Drop them at the beginning of November, and they disappear at the end of January. And that's it. And then next year, maybe you do something different. Those would make a really good Christmas present for people. You know, they don't really affect someone's army. They're a standalone game. You clearly mark them as standalone games. So people can go in and go, hey, I'm looking for something. I don't know what my son's army is. Well, this is a standalone game. Everything in here could be used for this one game. You know, and it doesn't really matter if it's for his army or not. Because that was something we always had a problem with. Was trying to figure out what was, you know, oh, my son wants something, but I don't know what it is, and I don't know what army he is. And I'll always remember my mother going into Games Workshop, trying to find a paint, and loudly asking the sales guy if they had Necrophilia Green. And I think it was Necromunda Green. Black Legion, Justerian, Empress, Sonic Terminators, World Eater, Red Butch. Okay, now we're getting a bit crazy, James. A Crusade era Space Hulk type game would be interesting. Don't even threaten me with that. Yeah, like Space Hulk rules for the Horus Heresy would be cool. Zone Mortalis has really done badly. Zone Mortalis really needs a rework. Unfortunately, it just doesn't sit right at the moment. So yeah, I think a good thing we could get for Heresy would be something like Kill Team, like an official Kill Team-esque game for the Heresy. But it's more like the old 40k and 40 minutes rules. So it's you know, no 2+ saves, no models with nothing with more than 3 wounds, I think it was. Nothing over a certain toughness, that sort of thing. That way you know you're kind of limited to what you can take, and it's not like, hey, I'm just going to drop all my points on a Contemptor and that's it. So, you know, if you want to take 2 units of Inductee, you can, but you can't afford to take any upgrades for them. But I can also take a unit of Veterans and give them all Lightning Claws for the same price, sort of thing, and it's not going to end well for either of us. A Xenos generation chart for the randomness of enemies. Oh god, vehicle design rules, but for aliens. I like it. I think a game I'd like to see is the Unification Wars. I'm sure I talked about it last stream, actually. I would love to see the Unification Wars as the Games Workshop TV show. I think it's the setting where you can introduce the themes the easiest. You're not tied down to existing aesthetics because everything's kind of becoming it. You can rely heavily on CGI. You can rely heavily on people and prosthetic effects if you want. And you don't have to worry about, like, this guy isn't actually Robute Gilliman. He doesn't act anything like he does, because we're not going to cover any of those characters. We're going to be covering, you know, our own Game of Thrones-esque characters. And the Primarchs and Space Marines don't exist for another 100 years. Keep on your toes when you find out the enemy can phase through walls or something. Oh, God. Oh, have you guys watched that Pariah Nexus animation yet? With the teleporting Deathmark assassin. Just like, oh my god, war hacks. Space Crusade could be an interesting one, but I don't think Games Workshop own the right to Space Crusade. I think MB Games still owns it. Same with Battle Masters. That was another one Games Workshop helped make. Yeah. I don't know how, but implementing the old mutation chart for militia and cults could add some flavour. Yeah. No, I think it could. You could probably have... The chart would be something like 1 to 12. And it's roll a single d6 and you pick whatever it is. And those are the mutations for the entire unit. And for like your cheapest militia unit, it's -1 to the roll. So you can never get the best things. But for like the grenadiers and stuff, or if you purchase extra marks for them, you get +1, +2, whatever to your roll. So you can actually get better rolls. You know, you can get better mutations if you want them. That's how I do it, at least. One of the things I'd like to see come across more often is just how deadly the Great Crusade was with some of the Xenos they fought. Yes, yeah, no, that would be cool. The problem is that Horus Heresy is a game about a specific point in that story, and by that point, aliens are really no longer a threat. You have to remember that at the end of the Great Crusade, no alien force existed that could stand up in serious numbers to the Imperials. They did effectively control 100% of the galaxy. You know, the areas they didn't were very heavily patrolled and walled off, and they were just kept in line. Even the Orcs couldn't really muster forces big enough to threaten anything. And it was only because the Imperium was so focused on their civil war that the Orcs ever had a chance to regroup, rebreed up, and build their numbers again. In the Ultramarines Black Book, they had a story where a mysterious Xenos came out of nowhere, messed up their fleet, and stole the literal planets. That's got to be the Necrons. It's got to be the Necrons. I think it's really funny when people are like, games Warhammer 40,000, it's parody. It's all about the parody of intolerance and fascism and Margaret Thatcher. And if you actually read it, it's like, no, it's a warning about how dangerous these other creatures and cultures are going to be, and how that, you know, other species are going to treat us as badly as we treat each other. Yeah, there's a picture floating around which is some kid has written their answer to a question at school, and it's if I met an alien I would, and they write in their answer, and it's this kid and it's like, if I met an alien I would kill it. And then they've just stuck her name on the fucking Lieutenant Titus from the trailer for Space Marine, where he's stomping on the Tyrannid. It's like, Emily. I do like that the memes are coming true, and a lot of people are just like me when I meet aliens, and I know that I'm made in God's image and he isn't. I kind of worry for our first contact with aliens, if I'm going to be honest. I don't think we're going to meet Vulcans and be very friendly to them. I'm tempted to implement the albino and breathes fire mutation into a Minoris Sisters army. Albino gives you red eyes, so they'd be replacing with bionics, and fire-breathing flame units are so seen as blessed. That's kind of messed up. I like it. I kind of want another setting like the Bando War to come out with another load of Imperial armour articles on them for a bunch of chapters we don't know much about. You know, like the Black Dragons, for example. Because I think it would be really cool to just expand on some of those extra chapters. You know, like the Brazen Claws, the Black Dragons, the Sides of the Empire, maybe. Genesis chapter. You know, something, just pick a load of them at random. The Yellow Jackets. I can't believe there's a legitimate chapter called the Yellow Jackets. And then just like give us a load of more interesting stuff, you know, where they, I don't know, fought the Elder. That'd be cool. Or the town. Make it about the Damocles Crusade. The Damocles Crusade. We've met these weird aliens. They're called humans, and their warriors are very dangerous, but we've managed to wipe them out. The next 500 years are the worst moments of our lives. Give Pentarchy of Blood versus False Primarch. Yes, yeah, things like that. Yeah, the War of the False Primarch, the Reign of Blood would make some great campaign books. And they only have to be single books. They really don't need to be huge, multi-part releases. It's a book, 5 characters, tops. And that's all, you know. Give us 5 characters, a sheet of decals if you're lucky, and that's it. We're done. Crimson Fists do need more love, absolutely. I am looking forward to seeing if Crimson Fists get some Primaris love. But yeah, it would be good. But I think Games Workshop doesn't have the people, the passion anymore. Alan Bligh was the last of a dying breed, unfortunately. Quite literally in his case. You know, we don't have that sort of person around anymore to really push that level of excellence into what they're working on. I'd just like to say that these TT Combat paints, I have been using these as my go-to paints for everything, and I've still yet to block these nozzles, even though they're thinner than Vallejo or any of the other ones. Thought I'd let you guys know that, because they are just the tits. I really need to finish the video for the review of these. I think the Sabbat Worlds would be a really good one as well for an Imperial Armour book. You could do a plastic Tanith infantry kit, and you could do a Forge World upgrade kit for the Blood Pack and the Sons of Sek. And then just do the book. Do rules for a Tanith Guard army. Rules for maybe the Blue Bloods or the Janissaries. That'd be another really easy one to do. That would, you know, pretty much sell itself. It's already got books about it. It's already got an existing fan base, effectively. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Let's do the eyes now. One of the coolest things is the Pale Wasting, where 11 Space Marine chapters were destroyed by Star-spawn nightmare engines. Yeah, you know, that's the sort of thing that really gets your imagination going, is these single line, like single sentence stories that are just, you know, they use it in Doctor Who a lot as well. You know, you hear about things like the Fisher King and the Nightmare King and the labyrinth of this and all that, and it just fires up your imagination. And that's what you really want, is to spark the imagination. Now the problem is that you do run the risk of then over-explaining if you then have to go back and keep exploring them. But sometimes you do need to explore them because you need to justify them. You need to show what some of these things are. You do need to sometimes pull the curtain back and actually show them how horrible the Nightmare Vault is and what the Rangan were and why the enslavers were so dangerous. Because otherwise it just becomes a bunch of old stories that no one really cares about. My Custodes Force is entirely based off 2 pieces of art and a paragraph from the 8th Black Book. Yeah, but that's all it takes. That's all it takes is, you know, one line of dialogue. That's what my Blood Angels are based off of. My Blood Angels are literally off one bit out of a book where they go, "We are in the company of death," and they repaint their armour black and red, or black with red crosses, because they think they're going to die. I'm like, cool, I'm making a Death Company army. You know, a line in, I think it was Night Fame, where he describes how the Ultramarines are all wearing different markings on their armour, because they're all from different companies and stuff. Inspired my Ultramarines army. Because now they are made up of survivors from all these different groups. They're all wearing different colours. They've got, you know, different company markings, different chapter markings, different captains they owe their allegiances to, different tetrarchs they're under. You know, some of them have got tan shoulder pads, some of them wear gold, some of them wear black, some of them wear silver. I think that we need something to replace the Black Crusades, because the 13th Black Crusade sounds great and the 14th sounds stupid. And I think Lorgar doing his own version of the Black Crusades, where he's trying to bring Horus back to life, would be cool. Because I think he hates Ezekiel Abaddon. And I mean, the idea that actually dragging not Horus's soul, because Horus's soul has been destroyed, this is something worse. This is like the opposite of a soul. This is the shadow of a soul. This is Horus's hatred. This is Horus's potential. This is Horus's anger and his evil essence. This is like the anti-Horus, as it were. And he's trying to drag him out of the warp and into a cloned body. Oh, I think that'd be so cool, especially if he succeeds. And then there's just like, we've unleashed something on the galaxy. When is he going to strike? Where is he going to strike? And he just disappears. And you don't know what he's doing. Yeah, Lorgar did try and kill and usurp Horus. So he's probably thinking that maybe he can, you know, instead of doing it this time, maybe he's thinking he can bring him back and he'll be loyal to him because he'll be, oh, you brought me back to life. Maybe he thinks he could be the power behind the throne. That sort of thing. But just imagine that you've basically got a Black Crusade sort of situation, which is almost chaos versus chaos. Because Abaddon's trying to stop it as much as the Imperials are trying to stop it, because he doesn't want Horus to come back. Tonight's stream is brought to you by Boomer Juice. I had a guy saying he got shit for doing Purple Alpha Legion, then I informed him of the small description of Alfarius as purple in Fulgrim. He felt rather vindicated. Small blurbs do wonders. You can always show him. Copy image. Keep closing edge. I really shouldn't. There we go. You can always show him that. Because the Alpha Legion wore purple before. This was the original official pre-heresy colour scheme for the Alpha Legion. It was a violet blue. Or blue-green. This is actually what I'm going to be doing my Alpha Legion based on. Because, well, this is a nice colour. I just think this looks a bit more interesting. And yes, I will be doing the lime green for the, or maybe even the lime green for the Alpha Legion, like, symbol. But they are described as all sorts of colours. There's some of them that are described as white. There's some of them that are described as copper, black as well, which is really cool. You know, I'd like to see some more official stuff where that. There's some artwork of Peck, the first captain, with like bronze coppery shoulder pads, which look pretty cool. Lorgar brings back Horus. Horus kills Lorgar and leaves with the entire Crusade force. Lorgar put together. The only thing we know is he's out there somewhere with a force capable of mass destruction. Absolutely, that's it. I created a story where a legion came across a Fallout type death world and was trying to bring it into compliance. They find a mysterious huge black pyramid. When tried to break it open, it woke up. Oh yeah. Well, that actually kind of happened anyway. That was that happened with the Blood Angels. Yeah, no, I think bringing Horus back like that would be great. Because that really is kind of a terrifying thing, you know. You bring him back, oh, he was seen headed north, you know, galactic north or whatever, and then in another bit of fluff you can write how, you know, the hive fleets are everywhere, but they seem to be suspiciously avoiding the galactic north. Why? Well, the last thing we know that was going up there was cloned Horus, or resurrected Horus. Every psyker that turns their eye in that direction just instantly goes mad. There's like the dark version of the Astronomicon, this beacon of pure darkness that just absorbs like psychic light, and you look at it and it's like a siren. It drags you towards it. You can't use it for navigation. It's like the opposite of navigation. There's a small line I ran across recently with an Empress Children Terran recalling his white armour during the taking of the Antarctic. Yeah, they also wore a lot of white armour during the late heresy because they couldn't get purple paint anymore. That was another thing. That's why they shifted towards black as well. Because the specific Phoenician purple they wore used to, I believe, originally was only made on Terra, and they just stopped producing it, obviously. Yeah, I think that could be really cool. Like this bringing back Horus could be fun. Because then you've got a Baden who's kind of trying to do his thing, but a lot of his forces are going, yeah, you're not the real War Master anymore. So you've almost got like the Horus heresy, but in the Chaos faction. And then, what else could you do? I'd like to see Ferrus come back as this like headless Legion of the Damned style Primarch that can be taken by any Marine army. Doesn't matter which sub-faction you are, you can just take him. And I'd love to see the Legion of the Damned come back. I really would. They are such a classic part of like 40k for me. If I could sculpt, I'd love to do it. Why redo the Horus Heresy? It's not really redoing it. It's kind of mirroring it. You know, it's the poetry, it rhymes. It's Horus is now kind of tearing his own side apart. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's just, you know, maybe Abaddon's like just terrified he will lose his stuff and his position of being War Master. You know, maybe it's not Horus, maybe it's Abaddon's own fear that leads him to lash out. It doesn't have to be anything more than just, you know, fluff. It's a couple of lines to say that Abaddon is, you know, losing troops who are flocking away from his banner. Legion of the Damned would be... I think they'd have to do them as a standalone unit in a mix of armour, scaled to the same scale as Primaris, basically. Yeah, you'd kind of just have to have it as one unit. I can't imagine they'd do it as a whole army. If I could sculpt, I would definitely, I'd definitely do a whole army of them. I'd sculpt on like the bones and stuff. Falling back onto the heresy for stories is testament to not being able to come up with interesting plots. It's not falling back on it. It's kind of using it as how do I explain this? It's rhyming with it. It's just, you know, it's not always that Chaos is fighting the Imperium and they're about to crush it. It's Chaos fights itself as much as anything else. It's that desperate cling to power, and Horus is back, and Horus is now taking his power back, and Abaddon is now as terrified as the Imperials are of him. He's now terrified of something that's even bigger than him. Yeah. You know, Horus has come back and he's now the inheritor. He's the prodigal son returned, and yeah, he's coming back and he's pissed. Oh, I lost the camera again. I think it's overheating, that's the problem. You can make, you know, new stories there. I'm not saying that it's the exact same stories, you know. You know, you don't have to have the binary succession again. You don't have to have Mars deciding to do its own thing. You don't have to have half the chapters falling traitor and all that sort of gumph. It's literally Chaos is like, oh, we're not as unified as we like to portray ourselves as. Ooh, I'm a burpy boy now. Also, I'd like to see a good old buddy cop film kind of thing of Russ getting the gang back together to go into the warp for a mission. Yeah, there you go. Imagine if Horus was so terrifying it leads to some of the heretics and Imperials working together. Yeah, maybe it's not Chaos anymore. Horus is something beyond Chaos. Even the Chaos gods are afraid of what Horus has become. His anti-spirit, his evil, it's no longer, you know, at the will of Chaos Undivided. He is like Chaos Ascended. He is beyond Chaos. He is like the Emperor who's become a god in the warp. Well, so's Horus, but he's not the good god. Because, you know, like, the Chaos Gods, they're not afraid of the Tyranids. They don't give a damn. But imagine if there was something out there, some great devourer of warp energy, something that's absorbing their power. Yeah, Martian Civil War could be interesting. They've had it before in the Titanicus books, where they find proof that the Emperor isn't the Omnissar. Or more accurately, the Omnissar isn't the Emperor. And they decide to have a civil war in the middle of a Chaos invasion, which is like really dumb. Heresy was Imperium versus Chaos. Modern 40k should be Imperium versus Xenos. Otherwise, just squat the Xenos, as they rarely have a spot in the sun. See, Volcano, you're not wrong. I would say that Heresy is not Imperium versus Chaos, though. It's Imperium versus Imperium, effectively. That's how it should be. They've definitely leaned more towards Chaos in the more modern takes. The more we get closer to the Siege of Terror, it's becoming Imperium versus Chaos. But the attraction of the Heresy always was that it is two sides of the same coin. That's kind of what it was. I absolutely agree that we need more Xenos stuff. And we don't get it. We really don't get it. I would like to see something that maybe is like the Eldar versus the Tau. Maybe the Orcs are in there as well. They all do need more stuff. And it's always been something that's been a problem. Oh, Eldar don't sell, so we don't bother getting them new kits. Well, they don't sell because they don't get new kits. Release the kits, people buy them. For a while, you couldn't get your hands on the new Howling Banshees because they were sold out everywhere. That's, the people wanted them. They clearly want them. If you dropped new plastic Warp Spiders and the Warp Spider Phoenix Lord, it's going to be sold out. It's going to be sold out. New Scorpions, new Howling Banshees, Swooping Hawks, they're going to sell out fast. It's me. I'm going to be the one buying them. But yeah, they're definitely going to sell out. But they won't get the numbers that Space Marines get, unfortunately. Do you reckon the Emperor should return in some way? Yes, I do. I think the Emperor should return. Ever since Games Workshop decided to move towards an actual changing storyline, it was going to happen. And I think it's important. I think that it should happen, but it should be one of those things that the Emperor's dead and there are rumours that he's been reborn, but we don't know where he is, and the Inquisition doesn't know where he is, and they want to know because they are terrified that it's not the Emperor. That whole Star Child theory where they were hunting down his children and killing them because they're terrified of him being reborn. That's really cool. I do think he's going to come back. I think they are going to have a major reboot of 40k at some point. And I think him being reborn and then having the new Great Crusade sort of thing will be what happens, basically. If the numbers ever dropped on 40k, if it ever lost popularity, that's the sort of thing I reckon they would do. What if Horus had undead legionnaires with trapped selves bound to his will, so much he had influence on the warp that he can make his own demons? That's the kind of thing that makes it terrifying to Chaos, is that, the men can't die. Like the Death Guard, you can pump them full of bits and they just keep going. And then Chaos is like, we can't get their souls, we can't absorb them, like nothing's coming to us, so they're getting weaker because their servants aren't dying. And he's just making them bigger and stronger and nastier. Oh, that'd be great. He makes his own Primarchs. He creates like his own version of Primarchs. And he creates, 20 Dark Suns or whatever. And they create their own new legions. So we get new Chaos Legion, new Chaos, chapters, effectively. And each one is their own general going off and doing their own things. Maybe we don't get models for them. They're just a piece of fluff. But we get, designs for new legions. And they could all be like parodies of the Loyalist versions, which would be really cool. We had the Demon King that fought Zinch for a few centuries. It's not unheard of. Stick Malice in there somewhere, yeah. He's so horribly powerful, he's draining the power of Chaos Gods, maybe even slowly killing them. Yeah, you know, that's why Chaos is so against him, why Abaddon is now desperately fighting against him. And then Lorgar is like, I've made a huge mistake. Should Horus be something akin to the undivided god, the great beast, or anti-chaos god like Well, yeah, sort of. He's something beyond chaos. He is to chaos what chaos is to mortals. Maybe it's that they played him, and you know, they gave him power, and they manipulated him and everything, and not quite realizing that actually they weren't aware of like how hot the fire they were playing with was. That idea of, you know, the arrogance of the Emperor thinking he can get away with playing God effectively. Well, what happens if the gods actually are that arrogant and they get caught up in it? Yeah, so you'd have things like the Sons of the War Master and stuff. No, bollocks it. When in doubt, flood the area with water and start again. That'll do. And that would put a white dot in the middle. Please, Bando, don't get me too excited. The idea is so good. It's very Greek. Even even the gods have god complexes. That's it. That's 100% it. Yeah, you basically are making the opposite of the Horus heresy with the Great Crusade and him, like the Abyssal Crusade or something, and he's going out and conquering the galaxy in his name, and it's his dark empire. And you've got, you know, all of the Xenos factions having to unify up, and the Empire's like, maybe these guys aren't so bad just because their skin's blue. They're better than the dudes with the chompy teeth and the horns. The Tower's still like, I'm sure we could negotiate with them if we just try. But something that's not quite demon, not quite space marine. Something beyond both of them. Oh fuck, even I want to write this now. Yeah, so if they ever had to Age of Sigmar 40k, that's what I would write. Is the Emperor's dead. You're getting the alternate, you know, the opposite Great Crusade. And that's kind of it. You know, you everything is grimdark again. You know, Terra's gone. Humanity is on the run. Ultramar is the only place that's like normal. What can we do to survive, basically? I love the idea of like the Eldar having to live alongside humans, and both of them having to come to terms with actually like putting up with each other. And the best part of this entire story is the orcs are exactly the same as always, and they love it. Oh. Man, it has been three and a half hours I've been talking for. Oh, that's awful. How do you people put up with me? We obviously don't, because we've lost half the number of viewers in the last hour. Still nuts that you guys actually bother listening to me.
Do appreciate it, I really do. Oh. I used to write and participate in all 30k stuff, so will be extra butters my bread, yeah? Yeah. I started writing a load of stuff for the old Black Library submissions, but a lot of the time they don't want 30k stuff, which is really disappointing. I did submit a piece that was about the Rainbow Warriors, though. I did them all as like Native American types, or sort of Mesoamerican, with a bit like the Black Templars, with like mixed squads, where you had the Primaris and the regular Marines, and it was the regular Marines basically chose to become Primaris when they wanted to. It was like not a rite of passage, it was more of a personal decision. It was I'm going to take this journey when I'm ready. And you'd have squads led by veterans who are still firstborn Marines, and the firstborn Marines very much showed off how much better at combat they were than the Primaris. Yeah, the Primaris might be faster and stronger, but these guys were just better. Way more experience, way more just knowledge and skills. And it was all about this group of them trying to extract a bunch of civilians from a hive that was being attacked by the Tau. And you had lots of like human mortal characters who weren't used to being in that sort of situation, upper hive types. Don't you know who I am, sort of thing, slapping Tau fire warriors in their chest with their fans. I'm important around here, and the Tau are just like, I have no idea what it's saying to me. It just keeps hitting me. And the main character was constantly carrying around this child whose father was injured, and he kept calling her the little Jaguar. One of the guys had just like an obsidian club, the sort of Aztec Pacific Island thing, which had all like the obsidian shards in it, and that's the sort of thing he had, but it was like just a club thing that he was cutting people in half with. I've also written 2 novels that aren't 40k related. One's a spy novel set in Russia during the 90s, and the other's Second World War alternate history. I will get them published eventually, that is the plan. Oh, that was close. Right, now I can do the white because that's dry. Again, every single time it puts too much paint on there. I still love it, it's the best. It was fun. It obviously didn't win because I never got contacted to write for Black Library, so obviously they didn't like it. Unfortunately, I haven't got a copy of it anymore. I wish I did. There we go. How does that look? That look okay? Doesn't look too cross-eyed, does he? I'm angry. I'm scared. I'm angry. I'm scared. I need black. Do. Thank you, thank you. Oh, burpee boy.
gave me vibes of the one story of the Dragon Claws chapter where they try hard to save the civilians, only to find out they're the evil ones that caused all the problems in the first place. Yeah, it's like that Hammer and Bolter episode where they're all desperate to get the women and child onto the shuttle to evacuate, and then it turns out that they're gene stealers. Dot dot wiggly line dot 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 wiggly line dot 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 wiggly line dot wiggly dot dot wiggly line. Wiggly lines and dots. Dots and wiggly lines. Lots of them. Need to give this another coat of varnish. I've painted enough that I'm starting to wear things out again. Very close to finished though. I'll probably go for like an orange base or something. I think that would set this off nicely. I'll just do it a dark grey and then use some pigment or something. Whew. Oh, I'm sweating like a pig. I think I'm going to try and make those Chaos Legions. I had a lot of practice making Black Book style art. Go for it, man. Let me know how you get on. That would be pretty cool. Did you see this about these guys in America who apparently they were live streaming themselves looting shops and they've all been arrested, and now they're like, oh, this is unfair, I shouldn't be arrested. You live streamed yourself breaking the law, moron. Come on. At least learn to say in Minecraft at the end of your stream. What's going on in the world? It would also be funny if Horus purposely left out the 2nd and 11th Legion. Yeah, that would be quite funny. Yeah. I think I'm one of those rare people that actually thinks the 2nd and 11th Legion should make an appearance at some point. I don't think anything is off limits for bringing it back, for expanding on it, if it's done well. There is such a large scope in the galaxy of Warhammer for creating new things like this, that nothing should be like too sacred a cow to bring back. Sure, that's not something you want to do lightly, but expanding on the 2nd and 11th Primarchs and who they were and what happened
would be great. And maybe that's a thing, you know. Maybe the 2nd and 11th Primarchs are still out there. Maybe they've... You know, maybe there is... You know, a prison somewhere, which is where they're kept. Maybe they're legions in stasis. That's, you know... The rumour was that they were actually folded into the Ultramarines, but they never were. They were just put in stasis as punishment. Because they couldn't wipe them out, but they couldn't trust them. So they put them in stasis in this deep space prison. And now there's a race, because Horus knows of it. Horus has learnt of it. And he knows if he gets there first, he can convince his 2 brothers to side with him. And Guilliman knows that if he can get there, or he hopes if he gets there first, he can convince them that Horus is the enemy and they've got to side with him. And that's your that could be your global campaign. That could be what's going on, you know. You can say, you know, 4 objectives for the world in this campaign, and if you get 2 of them, then, you know, maybe the Imperials get the 11th Legion and the 2nd Legion joined Horus, and maybe, you know, maybe they don't. Maybe they go independent. But yeah, I definitely think they'd be something that could be interesting to bring back. It would be cool because you get something completely new, an opportunity for whole brand new characters that we've never seen before on a power level we don't, you know, normally get. But the downside is they have to be written well. You have to have something cool. They can't just be like edgy, super, I'm the best characters. They've got to be flawed. They've got to be broken. They've got to have something wrong with them for why they were locked away. And they've got to fit the aesthetic of the setting. So, you know, the most powerful warrior in the galaxy, the true, the one he wanted to be, the War Master, the actual butcher of planets, the one who can crush armies on his own, but he was raised by pacifist aliens, and he doesn't hate aliens. He understands differences, and he wants to see peace in the galaxy and coexistence and everything. And you're just like, oh great, we've got a nuclear bomb with a conscience. And then, you know, the other one, maybe he was wounded, maybe he's broken and twisted, and he was supposed to be some great healer, and actually now he's evil and painful, and he's hurt, and he's lashing out at others, and, you know, he's all crippled on one side, and, you know, maybe he's old because that's what happened. His pod was damaged, it aged him, and now instead of being a young, strapping, you know, general for the thing, he's this old man who's just angry and doesn't want to help people. He wants to hurt people, and he's turned his abilities into that, and that's why the Emperor got rid of him. So that's, you know, you can do them, but you have to write them well. And frankly, I don't think Games Workshop's got the chutzpah to do it. At all. I don't think they've got the editorial staff to pull it off. I don't think any of their authors really have the talent to pull it off either. Not to say that, you know, their authors are bad. I just don't think... I don't think they've got someone at that level, if I'm going to be honest. But yeah, you know, Horus being something so terrifying that even the Tyranids don't want to go near him, that's cool. The Tyranids are slowly extracting themselves from the galaxy, and they're leaving. If GW did any of this, they'd drop the ball so hard for sure. Yeah, absolutely. We don't have an Apothecary Primarch unless you really want to stretch the concept of what Empath Angron could have been. Yeah. Yeah, no, the great healer, the sort of is it Asclepiades? Asclepiopathes? Yeah, the healer. And his symbol could be 2 serpents intertwined. You know, that's his legion symbol. It could be another pair of twins. That could be kind of cool. I've always loved the fan theory that the Hydra thing, there is a third twin, basically. Because the Hydra has 3 heads. I think that's just a brilliant fucking fan theory. Real question is, how would Horus be better or worse than the Emperor? Yeah. No, well, that's the thing. You kind of want Horus to actually be good looking. You want him in his white armour. You want him to be charismatic. You want him to be, the Morning Star, Lucifer-esque, beautiful fallen angel. He looks nice. He looks like the good guy. But we all know actually he's the devil. And that's why he gets people to side with him, because they don't see the evil that we as the player know that his character is. That would be kind of cool. I'd like... again, GW never do this. But it's fun to just sort of like theory craft. I'm hoping we get some really cool models for this big Kroot release that's rumoured as well. That looks like it's going to be fun. I'm hoping Tau gets some interesting models this edition. I really want them to get some new Crisis suits. I don't like the Crisis suits. If they're more like the Commander, where they're more posable, I'd be happier with them. Maybe new Fire Warriors. I know they recut the Fire Warriors kit a couple of like editions back, but they are basically still the same ones they were at release in 1999. New Vespids would be cool. I always liked the Vespid models, but I could never get any. Yeah, rumour had it 10th edition is going to be basically like character releases for 90% of the armies, that they're getting one model with their codex. Which, if that's true, that's the lamest edition ever. But I'm definitely feeling this Primaris Dark Angels Kill Team. I don't play Kill Team. I don't know any of the rules for Kill Team. I don't know any rules for any of the Primaris stuff. So if you guys have got any suggestions for what units I should put in there, pop them down. I'll definitely consider it. I can get some of these, probably the Black Templar models. I'm not going to play it. I will paint it up. I will take a load of photos. I might even give them away. And that's actually something I've been thinking about. Is we're close to 1,000 subscribers now. What are we at? We're at 909 subscribers. So maybe when I hit 1,000, I'll do a giveaway of some sort. I've got some stuff that I'm not using that's still on sprue. I can give that away. Horus is going to enjoy the souls of all of the living things in the universe. Ugh. It's good to have goals, though, I suppose. I'm really not in the mood to paint the green eyes at the moment. I've done one layer, but... Do you know, I used to really not like Mark 7 armour. It was so boring because it was what everyone had. But now that we've got Mark 10 and that's all that's out there, Mark 7's definitely grown on me in the last couple of years. Mark 7 has really grown on me as being something I'm interested in. Isn't that weird? You know, let's put together some more Marines. Let's find some bits. Ow. Much pain. Crippling pain. Oh, much pain. Oh, I've got so many. Any sprues off. Mark 6 Marines. Burp. Look into the Eye of Horus or Morning Star and the what makes people falsely feel enlightened to the truth of the world and corruption of the Emperor instead of just raving madness. Yeah, that's the sort of thing you'd want. They want to enlighten others, and it just leads to lots of violence. I just hope I don't need to get Photoshop again. It was too much money. I use a program called Krita, which is free. It's basically just like cut down Photoshop. If you're painting or drawing with it, it works exactly the same. You can also try GIMP. I don't really get on with that one though. The funny thing is, the Eye of Horus was originally called the Eye of Terror, as in Terror Earth, which is like the worst, like, foreshadowing / pun ever. Headset's falling off my head. I'm just scrunching up my neck so it doesn't fall off. Oh, that's better. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Also, if you do that storyline, then it's a lot easier to bring back Clone Fulgrim and Ferrus Manus. It's definitely classes as the wolf time as well, so Russ can finally get off his ass. I did like that new piece of fluff that Korax isn't actually lost in the warp. He's still around. He's just got really good at hiding. It's almost like, hey guys, can anyone see me? So, no, I think the one I'm looking forward to the most is the Old World, though. I really want to get some people playing that, and I'm just hoping it's a good release. I know the players will be there. It's not them I'm worried about, it's GW and its releases. But in the good news, Warlord's about to release their Plastic Early War French. They've got up for pre-order, which is good. I am going to be trying to cover some more non-GW stuff on this channel. I know it doesn't get the traction. I know people aren't interested in it as much, but I kind of want to branch out a bit. You know, get people exposed to more stuff. Especially the smaller stuff, you know, more like local hobby
manufacturers like Weird Miniatures. Which idea do you think is better, evil version of the existing Primarchs or entirely new ones? Entirely new ones, but like that they fit the kind of archetype of the existing Primarchs. So, like, Rabute Gilliman is all about logistics and knowing where everything is. Well, what if there's one who's just all about everything fitting in its place, and if it doesn't, it has to fit in its place. If it doesn't, it's wrong, and it has to be destroyed and removed. He's like the Turbo Autist Primarch. Captain Spurgio. You know, instead of being one who has to suffer with his hunger like Sanguinius and his black thirst, maybe it's one who's given into it. So you've got like a glutton one. Oh, ow, 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 ow. Gluttonous Primarch who's all fat and bloated. Discussing more niche stuff gives you a smaller audience. Yeah, it does. That's the problem. We need bolters. Many, many bolters. We need bits and pieces. This is my giant, I haven't been through it and categorised it bits box. Oop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Have I got pads for everything? I don't even know if I've got any blank Space Marine pads in here. Everything seems to be iron hands. Imagine the Iron Warrior style one. Running out of ammo, he uses human flesh instead, something chaosy. Yeah, that would be messed up. Just the idea that Horus's loyalists are just so willing to fling themselves into combat when they're out of ammunition. They don't care that they're going to die. Oh my god, I found a blank Space Marine pad. Finally. We might see Lehman show up when Lucius assaults Fenris because he really wants to duel a fellow heresy veteran in Bjorn. Yeah, that'd be cool. Wouldn't be surprised if Bjorn got a new model in like a Brutalis Dreadnought thing. Which, I'll be honest, I'm not a big fan of the new style dreadnoughts, so it's no wuckers to me. I legitimately didn't think I had this many Iron Hands shoulder pads. That appears to be all of the blank ones I can find. Everything else is chapter specific. Guess I'm going to have to use a lot of Mark 6 pads. Oh well. What a pity.
What I don't appear to have is any sort of like pouches for anything. Just want to have some ammunition pouches for my dudes. Well, that'll do for the moment. Let's see how we get on with that. Bob.
I await the retcon of the Redemptors burning through its occupants, so everyone isn't killed. Yeah, that was one of the dumbest pieces of fluff they ever wrote. I get where they were coming from, but it was so dumb. Like, the whole idea of Dreadnoughts is to keep these heroes alive. And you're like, hey, we got one that's super powerful, but it kills them. No Astartes chapter master is going to look at that and go, wow, well, Terry, you've served with distinction for 300 years, and you're an invaluable resource to my chapter. Get in the Burninator Mark 7 and be dead within a week. You sure you don't want to drive this brand new Tesla, Model T Dreadnought? And he'd be like, no, I'll take the Citroen Saxo version over there that walks at half the speed and doesn't have a plasma cannon, but won't kill me. Yeah, just so dumb. I still don't get how they can justify like the grav technology, and it wasn't that they didn't know how, it was that it was all lost. It was beyond that they didn't know how. It was they didn't have the technology to support it. They didn't have, it'd be like us saying we can't build a supercomputer. Not because we don't know what a supercomputer is, but because we've lost the ability to make silicon chips. It's that sort of thing that they've lost. Also, a lot of people don't seem to understand how just technologically advanced the Imperium actually is. Mark 7 armor isn't inferior to Mark 4 or Mark 2 armor. Mark 7 armor is better power armor in every way, shape or form than anything that came before it. They just lost the ability to innovate beyond that. and then they lost the ability to recreate the older stuff. Half the fun of the Dreads is the grumpy granddads walking around. Now it's going to be gone once the Custoferum is out of production. Yeah, there's that great story with the old the tower where he cracks one open and his scanners are like, "Hey, yeah, the the walking vegetable in here is older than my civilization." I also like the story of the Raven Guard that gets captured, and he's like, "I'm so angry, I'm going to make my heart stop." Eisenhorn used to weird with how much grav tech it had. Now even Necromunda gangs around. I mean, like I get having it, but it's supposed to be rare. It's supposed to, because like Eisenhorn even touches on the fact that like there's a bit in it where the governor is eating grapes or something, and Eisenhorn remarks on the fact that those grapes cost more than a star cruiser. And that's the sort of thing, yeah, you can have grav technology, but you just make it so it's so astronomically hard to get your hands on. And then that's even more peak, like Grimdark, is when you've got this technology, and instead of being used to make, better weapons that can be used to save people, it's being used to make a limousine for an overweight, planetary governor who wants to swan around with his weird mutant concubines. Because I believe it's the same book where basically he points out that pleasures of the flesh are a sin in the imperial culture. Sex is for babies. Everything else is a waste of time and resources, which is criminal to the Empire. Also, the fact that a girl is a mutant. But he lets it slide. I can't remember if that's Eisenhorn, or if that's the original Inquisitor. I think it's Eisenhorn. It's like book 2 or 3 of Eisen, I'm pretty sure. I still think Mark V looks fantastic. I honestly, you get these older armor marks, and they're worn by veterans, and the Inquisition doesn't trust any Marine that wears Mark V armor. I'd be like, give me the Mark V armor. It looks brutal as anything. Yeah, it's not as good as the newer stuff, but hey, what's the point of fighting if you can't have the old drip? Cry out. Cry out so the bastards in orbit can hear you. Drip or drown. Seriously, Hell's Reach is such an amazing film to watch. Like its graphics is weird, but that's because of the different art style he was doing. And then the voice actor they've got for Helbrecht is so bad. I'm Skeletor, Grimaldus. Yeah, if Games Workshop was really smart, they would be adapting a lot of their books into animated films. Don't try and jump into live action. Do just long form animation style. Good quality animations of, was it Black Sky, Dead Sun would be really cool. Or, I don't know, the Soul Drinkers series. Ravenor, Eisenhorn. Don't have to jump straight into live action. Yeah, in fact, it's made in Gmod makes it even more of like an impressive feat. Ah, fuck that. No, the Ultramarines film was awful. And it was awful for many, many reasons. So the most important thing Games Workshop needs to do when they're doing, like, anything media related for Space Marines is we need to move away from this constant overacting. You know, we don't need them to be like, we are Space Marines for the Emperor. They need to be realistic. These are people who live in this universe. These are people who, you know, who say things like, for the Emperor is a thing they say daily. It's something they take seriously. You know, listen to actual religious people when they pray, when they actually quote scripture. They don't put those sorts of inflections on things. You know, you don't see people in church who are like, you know, peace be unto you and unto you. No, they say it quite seriously. And yeah, you need to get the voice acting right. Really do. If you can get the voice acting right, get the intonations, get the, you know, get the tones right, get it realistic. That's why Hell's Reach is so good, because it opens, and you know that Grimaldus is serious. I'm going to die on this world. That's how he starts. He's deadpan. He's serious. This is a matter of everyday life to him. I mean, Abnett's a good writer. Don't get me wrong. Abnett is a good writer. He's written an awful lot of books. He's written some of the best Marvel comics out there. He is a good writer. He's just not the writer Jesus that people think he is. But again, a lot of that is going to be the producers and the director. I mean, look at like Spider-Man. Look at how modern day Spider-Man stories have Spider-Man talking. Andrew Garfield was really good at being Spider-Man. He got the tone right, he got the quippiness, the funniness, the back chat. You look at how it was in the 1960s animated show. If that's all they had to go on, he would have been laughable. Because, you know, he'd be aping a 1960s style character. And that's all we've got. Well, you know, what live action Space Marine stuff have we got to work off of? Well, we've got, you know, the Space Marines from Dawn of War. I don't want to use Mark 6 helmets. They're ugly. Ugly. Alright, let's go find a different box. Oh no, I farted.
Nope. Nothing in that one. What a pity. Good thing I've got 3 of them. Old live action FMVs from games from the 90s. So, yeah, exactly. Like, are we gonna go watch? What was it called? Final Liberation. Is that how we're gonna do it? Because I'll tell you this for nothing. While it was cool, it's not exactly accurate. It's also not the best quality of acting. That being said, I absolutely adored Final Liberation. Apart from the Gretchen could shoot down Thunderhawk gunships. Have any of you ever seen the live action movie that Games Workshop did, though, called Inquisitor? Because that is hilariously bad. They showed it off in stores briefly, and it was so bad they just had to get rid of it. Oh, we got ahead. What's this said? Mark 7! That's exactly what I'm looking for. I'm missing a bits box, which is not good. Because it's the bits box where I keep all my heads in. No, there we go. It's under the squats. It's been squatted. All the heads. Actually, I've got some of the interesting kind of knightly style helmets in this one, so let's use one of those. And a couple of bear heads because you got to. Nope. That's the one I'm after. It's Gubbins time. I have Mark 6. I have a Hobbit saw. What? Mark 4 time. Ooh, a magic trick. Yes, indeed. Yeah, so the Inquisitor movie is all about an Inquisitor with a bunch of Dark Angels who find this ancient temple. And they decide to investigate it. And
It's so old, the Dark Angels captain is still wearing white, which puts it about the same time as 2nd edition. And yeah, they go into this temple, and the Dark Angels are picked off one by one by stealthy Khorne berserkers who come up behind them and like put their hands over their face grills and pull them into warp portals. And it all ends with the Inquisitor opening a portal and the worst CGI. What are they called? I can't think what they're called. The Juggernauts. Juggernaut Khorne coming through the portal. And it's like all bright white, and it's got its just giant head going like rah rah, and the captain's like, close the portal. I mean, back in like 1991 or whatever it was like the coolest thing ever. Nowadays, a Korean kid in his bedroom could do better with a copy of 3DS Max in about 20 minutes of work. There we go. That's literally all you have to do to turn these guys into having Mark IV legs. Is one simple line. If you want, you can square the top of the knee off as well. The hardest part is then doing the tops, but if you got Mark IV bodies, you can just stick them straight on there. I actually used to hang out with a bunch of guys who worked at Angels, which is the UK's like leading costumiers for film, and loads of those guys are 40k fans. And they were planning just before lockdown to do a 5-minute-ish Gaunt's Ghost pitch. It literally was going to involve like tank driving forward, the hatch opening, Gaunt kind of hopping out, and a bunch of ghosts running past him. And the whole idea was to pitch it to Games Workshop to do it as like a short like web series. And they had all like loads of bits of the costumes picked out. We were doing concept work. Real passionate people. But it was all like real military surplus as well, so it all looked really cool. That was close. Most of these guys on Mark IV legs. 6, 6, 6. Only one of them's on Mark IV, okay. Oh my god, it's been 4.5 hours. I should probably end this stream, if I'm going to be honest. I'm not even saying anything anymore. Okay, guys, I think that's going to be it for this evening. I'll finish these guys up, get them primed, and then I will start painting them on another stream for you. As always, I really appreciate you guys coming down here and watching, especially you guys in the Outer Circle Discord. You guys are the best. I really appreciate you guys' support. Those of you who aren't in the Discord, I appreciate you just as much. But, you know, thanks for subscribing if you're subscribed. We actually gained, I think, 2 subscribers during this stream, which is great. It's really mad that someone like me is getting consistently about 10 viewers, you know, on these streams. Which, you know, that's all you guys. That's all down to you. Thank you very much. We're down to 5, but that's because, you know, it's not been exactly entertaining for the last hour. So I appreciate you guys sticking around. Thank you for coming along and, you know, building your stuff with me and having a chat. I think we had some good talks today. I'm going to put away all my white paint because it's everywhere. And I'm going to go to bed because it is 1 o'clock in the morning. So, thanks guys. I'll catch you in Discord. And I'll see you around. My name's Bando. This has been Bando's Messy Stream. Have a great evening.